Check. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to all of you, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 6th International Conference on Sustainable Innovation 2022, or ICoSI 2022. This year, ICoSI 2022 brings out the issues of the sustainable innovation and global society, with the main theme of optimizing global benefit for future well-being.
Ladies and gentlemen, all participants, let us now introduce ourselves. I'm Santi Zaidan, and this is my colleague.
Emir Gemilang Jayaringga.
This is our honor and proud to be your host in this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is trying to play a role as a vehicle of showcasing scientific works from all around the world, not only from researchers, lecturers, government officers, students, and all parties with the same interest.
This year, ICoSI committee received more 1,300 abstracts and more than 1,000 papers and almost 1,000 video presentations from 30 countries that includes Australia, France, Hong Kong, India, Iran, Iraq, Japan, Jordan, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, the Netherlands, Pakistan, Peru, Philippines, Poland, Russia, Singapore, South Africa, Spain, Sweden, Taiwan, Thailand, Philippines, Turkey, United Arab Emirates, United States of America, United Kingdom, Ukraine, and Uzbekistan. And we also have 21 co-hosts from university partners around the world.
Ladies and gentlemen and participants in this conference, we also have our keynote speakers. The first is Mr. Nadiem Anwar Makarim, MBA, Minister of Education and Culture Indonesia, Dr. Hilit van Len, International Association of Universities France, Dr. Rahman Rustam from Bio Farma Indonesia, Professor Dr. Gunawan Budianto from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Indonesia. This year, there are 13 focus conferences from various disciplines. So those are the 6th International Conference of Medical and Health Science, the 4th International Conference on Nursing Studies, the 3rd International Conference on Pharmaceuticals Updates,
and the 6th Dental Research Exhibitions and Meeting, the 5th International Conference on Sustainable Agriculture, and the 3rd International Conference on Agribusiness on Rural Development.
Also, we have the 3rd International Conference on Information Technology, Advanced Mechanical and Electrical Engineering, the 2nd International Symposium on Civil, Environmental and Infrastructure Engineering, the 8th International Conference on Accounting and Finance.
Moreover, we also have the 8th International Conference on Management Sciences, 2nd Asian Conference on Comparative Laws, First International Conference on Arabic Language, Literature, and Education, and the last but not least, the 6th International Symposium on Social, Humanities, Education, and Religious Studies.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and all participants will be right back again to give you more informations and reports from our reporter in each focal conferences. So stay tuned.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Iqra
Download ke itu anunya. Ini breakout. Download masuk ke DWA dulu, download ke itu letak.
Mira Katiwi from International Islamic University Malaysia, Honorable Keynote Speaker Associate Professor Dr. Ramadan Shah Putrajaya from University Malaysia Pahang, Honorable Keynote Speaker Associate Professor Jasaul Iksan PhD from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Honorable the Chairman of the Conference Dr. Insinyur Yesi Jusman, MSc, and honorable all invited speaker and all participants. On behalf of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, I am pleased to welcome you all to the third International Conference on Information Technology, Advanced Mechanical and Electrical Engineering, or ICTAMI 2022, which is one of 12 focals in International Conference of Sustainable Innovation, or ICoSI 2022. This conference is organized by Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. I would like to congratulate the organizing committee for successfully holding the international conference during this pandemic that is expected to end soon. The conference is annually conducted, currently still being held online. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference has continued to demonstrate the commitment of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta to support sustainable development for benefit of mankind by enhancing scientific research and upgrading technological capabilities. This is in accordance with the theme raised in the conference, namely optimizing science and technology for future life. We hope that the conference serves as a forum for academicians, government agencies, and industries to exchange experience, technological and advance and innovation in the field of science and engineering. Furthermore, it is also expected that the conference will create partnership among participants in finding new technologies to finally configure their innovation at a larger scale. I do believe this event will generate discussion which can be transferred into real works. Once again, I would like to express my sincere thanks and appreciation to the organizing committee, our esteemed keynote speakers, invited speakers, all participants who contribute to this event. Finally, I wish you all have a productive and fruitful discussion. I would like to apologize for any shortcomings that may happen during this event. And enjoy your seminar and useful discussion. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Insinyur Ariswidyo Nugroho, for the great speech. The fourth agenda is a welcoming speech from the Chairperson of ICITAMEE, Dr. Yesi Yusman, ST, MSc. The floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We would like to present with great pleasure the third International Conference on Information Technology, Advanced Mechanical and Electrical Engineering ICITAMEE 2022. This conference will be held on 20 until 21 July 2022 at Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, UMY, Indonesia. For the current condition, the presenters are presenting their papers virtually at this conference. Thank you to the Rector of UMY, the Vice Chancellor for Academics, and Dean of Faculty of Engineering, and all the lecturers and committees who have provided outstanding support and performance for the success of this event. This conference gathered distinguished speakers, researchers, academicians, and industry practitioners, several countries, to share their expertise and discuss cutting-edge knowledge and research in engineering and related topics. The discussion covers the area of research interest, including material, mechanical, electrical, biomedical, and informatics engineering, computer science, and technology. In order to understand in more depth of how those aspects intertwine in daily human lives, we would like to express our appreciation and gratitude to all keynote speakers as well as all participants for the great discussion. We also thanks for our technical programs or scientific committee and reviewers from many countries in 5 continents in the world for maintaining a good quality standard of the accepted manuscript for publication. Some of the technical program committees are also from our co-host partnerships, University Malaysia Perlis, University Teknologi Mara, University Malaysia Sabah, and also Universitas Hasanuddin. And our publisher, American Institute of Physics, AIP Conference Proceedings. We hope that the proceedings will serve as a valuable reference and be able to stimulate further research in related topics. Enjoy this event and have a wonderful day. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Yesi Yusman, for the speech. The fifth agenda is the keynote speeches that will be guided by the moderator. Before jump to the next agenda, allow me to introduce our moderator today. Mr. Widyasmoro STMN. He was born at Cilacap, Indonesia, November 5, 1983. He finished his bachelor degree at Jenderal Sudirman University, majoring in electrical engineering, and also finished his master degree majoring in computer science and information engineering, wireless communication at Asia University, Taiwan. He has also a wonderful academic background, even in research projects, scientific publication, and international exposure activities. He also became the principal investigator for the implementation of FM-based community radio broadcasting for distance learning education in Kokap Kulon Progo, Yogyakarta at 2020. He also published his journal at IEE Conference Publication 2020, a international conference on information and communication technology, ICoSI, with the title, A Comprehensive Survey of Cellular Network Performance from Users' Perspective, a case study in 0 kilometer spot of Yogyakarta. He also became the delegation of UMY and participated at the Learning Express virtual conference at 2022, with theme, Rethinking the Next Phase. Right now, Mr. Widyasmoro is a lecturer and researcher at the Electrical Engineering Department of UMY, research interest in the field of wireless communication systems and the Internet of Things. Dear moderator, the time is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much for Master of Ceremony to introduce me. Very good morning, everyone. In this third ICTMI 2022. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Engineering, Associate Professor Aris Widyonugroho PhD, the Honorable Chairperson of the third ICTMI 2022, Dr. Yesi Yusman, MSc, distinguished all of keynote speaker, especially for this morning plenary session, Professor Mira Kartiwi and Professor Teddy Surya Gunawan, distinguished invited guests, distinguished all conference delegates. Once again, I would like to welcome all of you to the 3rd International Conference on Information Technology, Advanced Mechanics and Electrical Engineering, ICTME 2022. It is my honor to be here. It is my honor to be a moderator in this plenary session for the 3rd ICTME 2022. And also, it is my grateful to have our keynote speaker for this plenary session, Professor Mira Kartivi and Professor Teddy Surya Gunawan, that already with us. Thank you very much for both of the keynote speaker. Before we begin with the keynote speech, I would like to give some information to all of the participants this morning for this plenary session. So maybe you can, okay, yeah. So basically, we will have 2 sessions for this morning plenary session. The first session, we will have Professor Dr. Mira Kartivi from the she is Director Center for Professional Development, International Islamic University Malaysia. And then the second session will be Professor Dr. Teddy Surya Gunawan. He is a professor from the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering, International Islamic University Malaysia. And for the first session, we will have about 45 minutes maximum for the presentation. And for the second session also, we have about 45 minutes for the presentation. And then we will continue with question and answer session for all of the participants for about 30 minutes. And for all of you participants of this 3rd ICTME 2022, during the presentation from the keynote speaker, please mute your speaker. And then if you have any question, if you have any discussion, we will give you a chance to have directly discussion with both of them, both of our keynote speaker during the question and answer session, using the raise hand feature in your Zoom application, or maybe you can just write down in the comment or chat room just in Zoom application. So we will read for you the question later on. So that's the general information for all of us during this plenary session for this 3rd ICTME 2022. So may I directly to briefly introduce our first keynote speaker today, which is Professor Mira Kartivi. She is a director
forward very much to coming back to Indonesia after almost 2 years because of the pandemic later this year. And I look forward to coming to Jogja and meeting with you all. And yes, all right, Susie, also to Bandung. So thank you very much again. It's a pleasure to be here, and I will just share my screen with you. I don't think I can share my screen. Doesn't matter. I will just continue on. So let me begin by saying that one of the key characteristics of Islam in Indonesia is diversity and multiplicity of voices. This reflects the sheer size and diversity of Indonesia and the historical process by which Islam entered the archipelago, gradually and in a fragmented way along trade routes from North and South Asia and penetrating to different extents in different locations. For centuries, contact with the heartland of Islam in the Middle East was therefore the exception in Indonesia, not the rule. And this had a number of significant and interrelated consequences. First, it meant unorthodoxy was for centuries often orthodox in Indonesia, at least until colonialism made the Hajj easier in the late 19th century and greater contact developed between the Muslim communities of the archipelago and Arabia. Second, the gradual and fragmented penetration of Islam in Indonesia meant what Merle Ricklefs, almarhum, Merle Ricklefs calls the religious imperialism of Arab culture was relatively weaker in the archipelago because Islam was not delivered by foreign conquest. Islam, as it developed in Indonesia, therefore developed or displayed relatively less features of the Arab world in which the religion originally emerged. A third consequence is that often different unorthodox interpretations of Islam developed in different ways in different regions, linked to local history and pre-existing local cultures. And these came to be seen as key parts of the ethnic identity of those regions. And that meant many of these divergent local understandings were preserved until very recently, even when piety and uniformity increased in many Muslim communities elsewhere in the world in the late 19th and early 20th century. Fourth, the emergence in the 20th century of a number of major social and political movements based on different interpretations of Islam meant it became very difficult for nationalist leaders in Indonesia to select any one of those voices and those interpretations as the official national understanding of Islam. In responding to the politics of Islamic identity in Indonesia, it was easier and safer to valorize difference and diversity, both between religions and within religions, to prevent the emergence of a strong, unified opposition religious political movement. In the 20th century, particularly in the post-colonial world after World War II, the diversity and fragmentation of Indonesian Islam encountered the rising move towards uniformity of belief elsewhere in the Muslim world. Based on notions of a united ummah and tied to a growing enthusiasm for scripturalism, calls for assertion of Islamic identity and reform of unorthodox practices reached Indonesia. And this is a process that is still underway. Now, in the middle of all of this, these different voices and this process of reassertion of Islamic identity has always been the state, the pre-colonial, colonial, and post-colonial states. For all of Indonesia's rulers, whether indigenous or foreign, Islam has presented some sort of challenge, simply, often just because the ulama are almost always inherently an alternative pole of authority to state governments, even if only in theory. Now, this has actually been true for all the post-war independent states in Southeast Asia with Muslim populations. The governments that have ruled Indonesia, Malaysia, Brunei, Singapore, Thailand, the Philippines since independence have all been essentially secular governments, regardless of what they may claim from time to time. Each one of those governments has been concerned to influence the content, style, and trajectory of the legal traditions of their Muslim citizens to match their own policy objectives. And they've usually been quite effective in doing this. These Southeast Asian governments are often motivated to select and reinvent Islamic legal traditions by a perceived need to respond to challenges they see as implicit in Islam as a rival pole of authority. And in developing legal policies for their Muslim communities, they are often preoccupied by the question of how far Islam should be recognized as a source of formal state-sanctioned law enforceable by state institutions? And they've often answered that question by using recognition and enforcement of Islamic law as a way of marginalizing the legal traditions of their Muslim communities. In doing so, Southeast Asian governments have often chosen modes of intervention that differ between states and within states over time, but all share common strategies of institutional and ideological restriction and control, often by trying to co-opt ulama. Now, this is true of Indonesia, where the modern republic has been skillful at using its own bureaucratic and legal mechanisms to assert control over the interpretation of religion. It has done this by a close management of the administration of a very limited selection of Islamic legal traditions, interpreting and often altering them quite significantly. This was a strategy that the modern Indonesian state inherited from the Dutch. It was state policy for much of the Orde Baru, when Islam was constructed as a potential political threat to the state the military had created. Now, as we all know, overt repression of political Islam reduced significantly after Suharto fell in May 1998. Many of the new order restrictions on the expression of Islamic identity, political and personal, were lifted soon after his resignation. And there's been a lot of attention paid to the Islamic revival that took place in Indonesia after that. It has been commonly accepted that the Islamization of law in modern Indonesia, particularly post-Suharto, is a challenge to the secular state. And I think it's clear that many of the garis keras proponents of Syariahizasi do seek to challenge the secular state. And many of those who oppose them see the efforts of the garis keras groups to win greater formal recognition of Islamic legal traditions as intending to create an Islamic state, whatever that might mean. But both these groups, the garis keras groups and their opponents, I'll rephrase that. But the opponents of garis keras groups, the ones who oppose Islamization, see an Islamic state as an anathema to Indonesia's essentially secular democracy and its religiously and culturally plural society. Opponents of legal Islamization regard pluralism as fundamental to the political bargain created in 1945 that led to the creation of Indonesia. And so they rely on Indonesia.
Professor Kim,
Yeah.
do you still have any difficulty to share your PowerPoint?
Yes, it doesn't seem to, when I do share screen, it doesn't work.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, because the committee asked me
Yeah, I can
tell you.
send it to you.
Maybe you can send to the committee, and then the committee will help you to share your PowerPoint.
Sure. I'm just doing that now. Sorry. Okay, I've just sent it. Shall I keep going?
Sure, you can keep going.
Sure. I've emailed it now. However, in my view, the situation is much less clear-cut than the groups at the extremes of this debate over Islamization admit. It is not necessarily true that recent successful efforts of legal Islamization have reduced the state's influence over the religious lives of Muslim Indonesians. This is for two reasons. First, if in the past the state stood above and dominated civil society, in post-Suharto Indonesia, the state now stands in the middle, mediating and moderating the pluralist camp, the pro-democracy camp, the anti-democracy camp, the Islamization camp, the forces of globalization, and forced to accommodate all of these to different extents and at different times. In other words, both the proponents and opponents of Islamization look to the state to mediate in their favor. Strategies for and against Islamization in Indonesia are therefore most often expressed. Yeah, thank you. Just keep going down the slides. Keep going. Keep going. Yes, just stop there, please. Okay, thank you very much. Just go back one slide. Thank you. That's good. The strategies of those who support Islamization involve use of the secular structures of the state, the instruments that pass law and interpret law to strengthen their positions. Muslim groups, particularly conservative ones, have sought to use the legal mechanisms the state has developed to restrict Islam in their efforts to force the state to accept the normative religious role and adopt the conservative norms they propose. In other words, they seek to reassert Islamic belief through the bureaucratic agencies of the state that they see as having distorted it in the past. As a consequence of this, the state's capacity to intervene in the religious lives of Muslims in Indonesia has expanded, not contracted, after Suharto. There is a pattern that's clear of the state responding to pressure from Muslim groups to revise and expand the scope of Sharia, but usually doing so in a way that keeps Islamic legal traditions within the formal legal and administrative framework of the state. Accordingly, although Islamic legal traditions have expanded beyond the narrow, limited private law sphere they were confined to under Sukarno and Suharto, regulation, laws and bureaucracy has expanded as well, and the state has kept interpretive authority and a power of intervention, even if these are often challenged. So a key issue now confronting the Indonesian state, which is the entity that makes the final decisions about the application of Islamic law in Indonesia, is should Indonesia's historical religious diversity be dismantled and a state-endorsed version of Orthodox Shafi Islam formulated and applied by the state? Now, this would not be a quick or easy task, because although Indonesia is the world's largest Muslim society, it has no official mufti who speaks with the authority and power of the state, unlike Singapore, Malaysia, and Brunei. Even MUI is not an official mufti, and it doesn't always speak with the voice of the state. In fact, it often criticizes the state. Second, given the intense social and political competition between major Muslim organizations, many of the major debates about Islamization do come down to, on one hand, attempts to persuade or force the state to endorse one or another understanding of Islam, and a debate between Muslims who propose this and non-Muslims who insist on pluralism. Now, these debates are very intense, frequent, and usually politically loaded, but they are also what makes Indonesia different in Southeast Asia in its treatment of Islam. Indonesia is in many ways the regional exception because it has resisted the temptations to introduce state-endorsed and doctrinal and organizational uniformity that have become law in most other Southeast Asian states. Indonesia's extraordinary diversity, plus the fact that Indonesia has always been ruled by weak states that lack the strength to select decisively from competing streams of Islam, have protected Islam from close state control in the past. But it is clear that uniformity and enforced orthodoxy, the path taken by most other states with Muslim populations in Southeast Asia to manage Islam, is a future option for Indonesia. I want to warn against that. The best way I can see to do it is to give an example of the state in Southeast Asia that has been most successful in using the authority of the state and law to impose a uniform conservative understanding of Islam. And this is a repressive, stifling Islam that is incompatible with democracy. And that is a path Indonesia should not pursue. My example is Brunei. Next slide, please. Brunei is an absolute monarchy, one of the very few in the world, the only one in East Asia. The current Sultan is King, Prime Minister, Minister of Defense, Minister of Finance, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade, all in one. He is the head of state with full executive authority and has enjoyed emergency powers of sweeping nature since he came to the throne in 1967. He's one of the richest people in the world, and after Queen Elizabeth of England, the longest reigning monarch. Brunei does have a legislative body, but it's rubber stamp, has only a consultative role. There's just 20 members, all appointed by the Sultan, and he can remove them if he wants. No criminal or civil proceedings may be brought against the Sultan under any circumstances. No decision. The Sultan cannot be made to provide reasons for any of his decisions. There's no political opposition, no political alternative to the Sultan. Now, this absolute monarchy, Brunei, is one of the only states in the world that formally calls itself Islamic. Since independence in 1984, the Sultan has expanded and deepened his political power. In particular, as regards Islam. The Sultan is the official guardian and protector of Islam and tradition in Brunei. He's the head of Islam, the chairman of the National Majlis Agama, the office of the Mufti, the legal committee of the Religious Council, which is responsible for fatwa, are all under the Sultan's control in his capacity as Prime Minister. The Sultan also developed the country's ideology, official ideology, Melayu Islam Beraja, which he officially proclaimed on independence in 1984. The government official website says it is a blend of the Malay language, culture, Malay customs, and the teaching of Islam and the monarchy system, which must be practiced by all. In other words, the absolute authority of Brunei's Sultan is enshrined in Melayu Islam Beraja, which equates sovereignty and political legitimacy with the Sultanate, Islam and Malay identity, and has been a very effective mechanism to repress dissent and legitimize his absolute control on power. And I'll show this by looking quickly at fatwa in Brunei and the kingdom's controversial Sharia codes. Next slide, please. The state has a monopoly over the issue of fatwa in Brunei because only the Sultan's appointed legal committee of the Religious Council can issue them. In fact, it has been a criminal offence since 1955 to issue a fatwa in Brunei without state permission. This has ensured that, as in Malaysia, state fatwa in Brunei face no competition from fatwas produced by independent Islamic organisations, at least not according to law. And this is, of course, a dramatic contrast to Indonesia, where non-governmental organisations dominate the issue of fatwas. There are three possible fatwa officiators in Brunei: the Mufti, the Religious Council, and the Sultan, who can direct the Majlis to issue a fatwa. Fatwa issued in the state gazette, which can only be done at the request of the council or the Sultan, are binding on Muslims. These fatwa are diundangkan, that's the term used, so they are a form of law. The Mufti's fatwa making powers are controlled by the council and both the council and the Mufti have a right to refer questions to the Sultan. If the Sultan makes a decision, the Mufti must issue a fatwa in accordance with the Sultan. In other words, it is the Sultan who is the pinnacle of authority and controls fatwa making, not the ulama. As I said, it has been an offence in Brunei to issue a fatwa without permission. It's also an offence, it's actually an offence under two different laws. And this means there is no chance of any competition to state-endorsed fatwa approved or issued at the Sultan's direction. And that means there's no real debate about fiqh and interpretations of the holy books. In short, in Brunei, Islam is interpreted not by the ulama, but by the Sultanate. Next slide, please. Now, this became clear in 2013 when Brunei issued its Sharia penal code order. And this included hudud punishments, including stoning to death for homosexuality. The Sharia code was implemented by the Sharia Court's Criminal Procedure Code order and contains very detailed instructions on how execution by stoning is to be carried out. These orders were signed into law by the Sultan, who, because of the state of emergency that has continued throughout his reign, gives him the power to make any orders whatsoever that he considers desirable. International responses to the codes were very critical. The global criticism led to a business boycott campaign that began in 2014, again in 2019, directed personally at the Sultan. A Magnitsky-style bill has been introduced in the United States to impose trade sanctions on him as well, and on Brunei. This aggressive international criticism of the code, the boycott, and so on, led to an informal moratorium announced by the Sultan on the death penalty in 2019. And so it seems that implementations of the hudud punishments under the code, including stoning to death of homosexuals, have been postponed indefinitely, but the Sultan could reverse that at any time if he wanted. Now, just go to the next slide. We are all, I think, aware of the codes that have been introduced elsewhere in Southeast Asia, in Kelantan in 1993, in Terengganu in 2002, both in Malaysia. We're also aware of the Aceh's Kanun Jinayah, where a stoning to death for adultery was proposed but has not eventuated. Now, the two codes in Malaysia and the code in Indonesia are a little bit different to what happened in Brunei for two reasons. First of all, none of those codes have ever been applied or implemented. That's like Brunei. But all those codes, the code in Aceh and the codes in Malaysia, were products of conservative local governments and were challenges to the authority of central national governments. Brunei's Sharia penal code is quite different. It is the direct result of a decision of the central government. It's not a challenge to the national government's administration of Islam. It is a direct result of a decision of the Sultan himself, who pushed for many years for its introduction and continues to insist that it will one day be implemented. So just go to my last slide, please. Last slides. Thank you. So what is the result of the takeover of Islamic law by the government in Brunei? The conflation of Islam, national identity, and the Sultan's power in his Melayu Islam Baraja system. It has created the imposition of a form of Sharia, yes. Certainly it is the direct result of a decision of the Sultan himself, and certainly it has led to uniformity in Islamic interpretation with other interpretations banned. In fact, in a system where the Sultan is the head of Islam and alternative interpretations are banned as heretical, no theological challenge is possible to the Sultan's interpretation of the Shafi madhab imposed by law. So as matters stand, Islamic law in Brunei is therefore inherently political in nature, and it is co-identical with the Sultanate. As a central component of the legitimizing ideology of an absolute monarchy, the administration of Islam in Brunei has become part of a wider mechanism of repressive state control, where NGOs can't even exist. And that is true of the Sharia codes as well. Any questioning of state policy on Islam in Brunei is a criminal offence. It is a form of political dissent that is banned and subject to severe criminal sanctions, as is any form of social organisation. In other words, you cannot debate or question the official state interpretation without going to jail. It is therefore virtually impossible for Islamic movements or any other groups to express or debate alternative understandings of Islamic legal principles, let alone organise and engage in public life. In other words, the end of dissent, religious difference, has also meant the end of religious debate. And I think we all know that debate is so central to Islamic thought. So I would argue, the next slide please, that Brunei is an extreme example of what can happen as a result of the current trend across Southeast Asia of Islamist groups looking to the state to legislate to enforce Islam through state laws. Eventually this leads not to the rise to power of ulama, but the grant to the state of almost complete control over fiqh. Islamic law then just becomes a weapon for the state to entrench power, as the Sultan has done in Brunei, constructing his Melayu Islam Baraja system with Sharia codes at its centre to entrench his dynasty. In my view, Islam is in better hands when it's in the hands of social and non-government organizations than when it is surrendered to law and government. And this means, I think, that the proponents of legal Islamization need to be very careful, because while they may think they are controlling the state when they seek to pass laws to enforce Sharia, more often they simply give the state more power, as has happened in Brunei. Islamization runs the risk of allowing the state to take over Islamic thought. And that's why I think Indonesia's mass Muslim organizations, the debates between them, in fact, Indonesia's fatwa freedom, where freedom is not where fatwas are not monopolized by the state, but are disputed and argued about between a range of different fatwa issuers. I think this model of free and often chaotic debate, and not Brunei's state-enforced prohibition of debate, I think Indonesia's model might be the best example of Sharia in the whole of Southeast Asia. And I hope it stays chaotic. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tim, for your great presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen and all participants, thank you for still joining the 6th International Conference on Sustainable Innovation 2022, Optimizing Global Benefit for Future Well-Being. Ladies and gentlemen, right now we have 13 focus conference ongoing, and we have been connected to our reporter to share her report, Sister Bella.
Hello, Sister
Bella.
Santi.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, can you hear my voice very clear right now?
Yes. Yes, I can hear your voice very clear.
Okay, so please your report.
Okay, thank you. For the fresh start, we will have a little bit talk with the chairperson from International Symposium on Social Humanities Education and Religious Studies, or ICERS, Dian Azmawati, MA. Hello, Miss Dian.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning too. Okay. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Shall I salam first?
Oh yeah, of course. Waalaikumsalam, Miss Dian. I forget about it. Sorry. Okay, Miss Dian. So you are the chairperson of ICERS.
Yes.
Okay. So could you please tell to us a little bit about ICERS?
Okay, ICERS is International Symposium on Social Humanities, Education and Religious Studies. We are one of the focal under the flag of Conference of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, ICoSI, or International Conference on Sustainable and Innovation.
Okay, so what ICERS theme this year?
Oh yeah, our theme this year is, I need to read this, yeah?
Okay, never mind.
Strengthening Global Partnership for Resilience.
Okay, very good. So how about the total papers and abstract that submitted to ICERS?
Yes, we have received more or less 230 abstracts.
230,
yes. Yes, and it comes from many different countries,
not
only from Indonesia.
Not only from Indonesia. So what are that country? Can you mention it?
Yes, sure. Mostly it's true from Indonesia. We have a lot of, creative thinkers from Indonesia, and they are participating in this conference. And some papers come from Malaysia, India, Australia, and also Taiwan.
Oh, so actually, is there any papers that come from another Asian, maybe from Australian or Europe, maybe?
Yeah. Oh, we have our keynote speaker.
We have two of them.
One from Spain, from our partner university, and the other keynote speaker is, of course, from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta.
Wow, amazing. So, despite all of them, so how's the situation at the venue right now?
Oh, yeah, it's really hectic this morning. We have to be here at 7 o'clock, to welcome everybody, all right? We are very happy to have everybody here, but now everything is is under control. I'm so grateful. I have a very great team. Yeah, it's a very
Alhamdulillah,
great team.
of course.
Thank you to everyone.
Okay, for the last question, actually, what is the aim of ICER this year?
Right. We know that this last 2 years or almost 3 years,
almost 3 years,
we have been attacked by this pandemic, and it has influenced badly, our conditions. Yeah, it affects our health system, our education, our social networking, our finance, ecology, so many things. So we hope that through this conference, with this theme, strengthening the global resilience, all of our participants can share their ideas, their innovation, their knowledge, and from different countries, to share together so that it can benefit for the community. We hope. That's what we can
and all people, of course. Yes. Okay.
Right.
Okay, Miss Dian, that's quite a lot of information about ICERs. Okay. Thank you for your cooperation today, and good luck for ICERs.
Oh, I really need that. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
Yes, thank you very much, Sister Bella, for the reports, and also thank you,
Sister Santi.
Yeah, thank you for Ibu Dian for having the interview with us. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back again to share you any story, any reports from each focal conferences. After we hear the first focal conference from ICERs, the 6th International Symposium on Social, Humanities, Education, and Religious Studies. Of course, we still be right back again and share you reports from other focal conferences. So please stay tuned with us.
Inisiasi harmonisasi sertifikasi vaksin COVID-19 dalam presidensi G20 dan 6th Asian Health and Minister Meeting. Pemanfaatan digital tracing juga turut andil dalam penanggulangan COVID-19 melalui sistem silacak yang digunakan oleh TNI Polri, Dinas Kesehatan, dan Puskesmas serta si jejak yang memanfaatkan Bluetooth pada Peduli Lindungi. Melalui silacak terjadi peningkatan rasio tracing nasional dalam 40 hari rata-rata 1:2/3 menjadi 1:10,5 sejak implementasi tracing digital TNI Polri. Sedangkan melalui fitur si jejak tercatat ada lebih dari 650.000 orang mengaktifkan fitur ini. 301 pengguna tercatat sebagai kontak erat, 283 kasus konfirmasi positif, dan rasio kontak erat dan kasus konfirmasi positif sejak dimulai diluncurkan pada 22 Februari 2022. Untuk pengujian COVID-19, kami mengembangkan sistem New All Record atau NAR sebagai sistem terintegrasi untuk mencatat hasil tes COVID-19 dan menghubungkan dengan sistem pencatatan sipil nasional. Kami ingin memastikan bahwa semua data COVID-19 menjadi sumber daya yang interoperable dan berbasis individu, di mana rata-rata lebih dari 400.000 sampel direkam setiap hari dan terhubung ke berbagai layanan publik secara real time, dan juga terintegrasi dengan 940 lab untuk PCR dan lebih dari 228.000 pasien case untuk antigen. Sistem tersebut akan berlaku untuk penyakit lain seperti TB, malaria, HIV/AIDS, dan lain dalam beberapa bulan ke depan. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, cetak biru strategi transformasi digital tenaga kesehatan, di mana strategi transformasi digital kesehatan berfokus pada 3 tema, yaitu integrasi dan pengembangan sistem data kesehatan untuk mengintegrasikan seluruh data kesehatan yang tersebar di banyak aplikasi, integrasi dan pengembangan sistem aplikasi layanan kesehatan sebagai efisiensi pelayanan kesehatan, dan pengembangan teknologi kesehatan dengan mendorong inovasi kesehatan, termasuk pengembangan ekosistem bioteknologi di dalamnya. Kementerian Kesehatan turut mendorong tersedianya tenaga kesehatan yang berkemampuan health informatik sehingga mampu mewujudkan evidence-based medicine di setiap pelayanan kesehatan kepada pasien. Untuk mencapai outcome dari masing-masing program prioritas, transformasi teknologi dan digitalisasi kesehatan terbagi dalam beberapa periode. Tahun 2021 kami fokus terhadap desain arsitektur dari satu data kesehatan berbasis individu maupun platform yang interoperable. Pada tahun 2002 ini akan fokus untuk pengembangan sistem dari desain arsitektur dalam cetak biru serta piloting integrasi sistem di beberapa titik regional. Pada tahun 2023 baru akan diimplementasikan platform pada beberapa lokasi dan tahun 2024 dilakukan perluasan cakupan dari implementasi transformasi digital kesehatan. Seiring transformasi yang semakin cepat, advokasi regulasi terhadap pertumbuhan inovasi sangat penting untuk dapat memberikan kenyamanan bagi masyarakat. Maka dari itu perlu dipastikan bahwa inovasi dan transformasi teknologi kesehatan comply terhadap regulasi. Salah satu cara memastikan compliance transformasi teknologi kesehatan adalah melalui regulatory sandbox. Regulatory sandbox menjadi sebuah ruang di mana pelaku inovasi bidang kesehatan dapat melakukan uji coba inovasi atau model bisnis baru dalam lingkungan yang aman dan dipantau oleh regulator. Implementasi regulatory sandbox turut menjadi masukan bagi pemerintah dalam mengembangkan kebijakan berdasarkan pengalaman uji coba dari para pelaku inovasi bidang kesehatan dan juga menjadi instrumen untuk mewujudkan IHS melalui compliance. Bapak Ibu sekalian, Kementerian Kesehatan senantiasa terus mendukung dan mendorong upaya digitalisasi di bidang kesehatan melalui pertama, membuat rencana strategik jangka panjang untuk pengembangan layanan kesehatan secara elektronik pada semua sektor kesehatan. Kemudian yang kedua, penyediaan infrastruktur bidang teknologi informasi dan komunikasi di fasilitas kesehatan seperti SIM-RS, SIMPUS, dan Electronic Medical Record. Ketiga, membangun kolaborasi dengan sektor swasta dan lembaga provide lainnya di bidang teknologi kesehatan. Yang keempat, mengembangkan layanan kesehatan berbasis elektronik untuk menjangkau layanan kepada masyarakat. Yang kelima, mengembangkan Center of Excellence jaringan layanan kesehatan. Dan yang terakhir, mengembangkan sistem informasi layanan kesehatan publik seperti Silacak untuk surveillance, Siranam untuk mengetahui ketersediaan tempat tidur di rumah sakit, dan Sisruto untuk aplikasi rujukan antar pasienkes berbasis internet secara online. Bapak Ibu sekalian, demikianlah paparan dari Direktur Jenderal Pelayanan Kesehatan, Kementerian Kesehatan yang dapat kami sampaikan. Semoga memberikan informasi yang bermanfaat bagi stakeholder pelaku dan pemanfaat teknologi layanan kesehatan. Mohon maaf bila ada kata-kata yang kurang berkenan. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Because you have to collect many status of plan. If you see on your eyes and try to collect that. Yeah.
Okay. Any question for another participants? I think it's quite. It's like a little future. We will go to precision agriculture that maybe most of the country will be use it soon, and I think some of the countries already use it to manage their field. But Indonesia maybe soon. I don't know. Any question? I have a question. How the government promote this kind of technology to the farmer?
They use the map.
Yeah, they set the map.
Some description, from my for my work. Yes.
Okay. So I think that's all for this session, because we can move to the next agenda. Thank you very much, Dr. Ponti Pondoseng, for your presentation and also the answer for the many questions. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end of the session. Before I close the session, I would like to take the conclusion from that what the speaker was presented. So what I get is geospatial information can be useful for supporting agriculture sustainability, especially develop targeted strategies for planning and protecting the plant, which can help to increase production and reduce costs. However, the implementation to the farmer is need to be tackled together, not only from the inventor or researchers only, but also need support from the government and also the farmer itself. So I'd like to thank the speaker for the informative and interesting presentation, and all the participants for the very active participation. Please give the applause for the speaker and for you all. Thank you very much. Before I close this session, let me inform you some announcement to our participants, especially the presenter for parallel session. So after this session, we will move to parallel session. To all participants, please read carefully the list of presenters in each parallel room. You can enter the room through breakout room. You can find it the button in the bottom center of your screen if you use the PC or laptop, or you can find it in the upper left if you use the handphone. Thank you very much for your attention and question. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
When we really evaluate behavioral things, but it can be done. The next step of the research. And level 4 change in organizing activities and then benefits to patients and clients. So these are level 4 can be evaluated, and we ask the patients, and when we really understand the impact of the interprofessional collaborative practice toward the patient safety. So in this learning strategy and also assessment, we would like to highlight the importance of reflective feedback. Reflective feedback promotes reflection as part of dialogue between the giver and the receiver of feedback. Focus and observe behavior rather than a person. It's a descriptive rather than judgmental. It's specific rather than general. It's directed towards behavior that the receiver can change. So it's important to do the IP program that we also promote reflection, because remember that there are no 5-star doctors, there is no 5-star health professionals. No one will be perfect in everything. And the most important is continuous improvement. And that's why we need our peers to give us feedback and to reflect. We need to have a dialogue with our peers and our mentors, and also the other health professions and also the patients. So it's important to be open-minded and to keep learning and to keep promoting change to be better health professionals and to serve better patient care. Feedback and self is the two sides of magnets, but it's feedback doesn't have to come from the teacher, but also can come from the peers, also can come from self-feedback. But it can be done if we have good self-access, if we are open mind towards what happens surrounding us, and we can listen better from our peers and our mentors and our patients and our community that we serve. However, pandemic of infectious respiratory disease like the COVID-19 that happens in the world. So the COVID-19 pandemic, dentists, doctors, as well as patients are at high risk of cross-infection. Most dental treatments require close contact with the patient's oral cavity, saliva, blood, and secretions. Many patients asymptomatic may be receiving the virus, and all the patients visiting a dental clinic must be considered as potential source of infection, and dental professionals to follow appropriate infection prevention guidelines. This is a message from the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. And in India, they have 3 protocols. For example, for the assessment of a patient, they put the patients to the low-risk patient or the high-risk patient, and also they highlight the very important appointment, whether this is for teleconsultations or for the patient that the health professional can meet directly. So for the low-risk patient, that patients already vaccinated, have no active COVID-19 symptoms, and they have PCR negative. And COVID-19 affected persons in whom 14 days have elapsed after the solution of the COVID symptoms and that they have PCR negative.
Following this, thank you for still following the 6th International Conference on Sustainable Innovations 2022 under the theme Optimizing Global Benefit for Future Wellbeing. As we have mentioned before, our 13 focal conferences are still in the running, so now I am happy that we are connected to my fellow, Bella. Hi, Bella. Can you hear me, Bella?
Hello. Yes, I can hear you, Brother Emir.
All right, that's good. Bella, your report, please.
Okay, thank you. Previously, we have here the information and condition at ICoSI, and now we jump to the next focal, which is International Conference on Sustainable Agriculture or ICoSI. Please welcome the chairperson, Dr. Siti Nur Aisyah, SP.
Hello, Mbak Bella.
Hello, Miss Aisyah. How are you in this busy day?
Oh, busy.
Super busy. Okay, to the point only. Okay, according to this event, I would like to have a little bit conversation about ICoSI. What is the theme of ICoSI this year, and why the committee chose that theme to be discussed?
Okay, for this year we choose the theme titled New Paths of Sustainability and Climate Smart Agriculture. The reason why we choose this theme actually because we realize that agricultural sectors also has contribute significant impact to the carbon footprints, and it also influenced the climate change that we all experience nowadays. So that is why we think that we need to have a further discussion, deeper conversation with the expert, how we could mitigate this kind of situation to ensure that we, from the agricultural sector, do not worsen the condition of the climate crisis right now.
Okay, thank you. So, how many abstract that comes to ICoSI right now?
Okay, for this year we got a lot of abstracts.
A lot of abstracts.
140.
140
from Indonesia, most of them, and from Japan, from Thailand, and also from Netherlands, and also from the USA.
Oh, from USA,
Yeah,
that's amazing.
So that's a lot of.
So I have here that the keynote speakers come from Korea, isn't it? Or
No, our keynote speakers comes from Thailand.
Thailand,
Dr.
okay.
Porte Pontusang, and the second from the United Kingdom, Harper's Adam University, Dr.
Amazing. Okay, thank you, Miss Aisha, for this precious time.
Thank you very much, Mbak Bel.
Good luck for ICoSI.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Bella. Thank you, Dr. Siti, for sharing with us about International Conference on Sustainable Agriculture. And thank you for your reports, Bella. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to keep you updated on our focal conferences, and stay tuned. We will be right back.
Prevalence is 30%. And now what we want to do in Indonesia, and we call this as innovation, health innovation, because we would like to change and replace the screening or prevention with EVA test. We will use the HPV self-test. And the screening implementation trial, we call this as IndoCerca, Indonesia Cervical Cancer. We will do for the 4 categories: training for the healthcare professionals, training for the community health workers, clinical trial for the self-sampling, as I mentioned, HPV self-sampling, and of course, we will conduct the acceptance of the questionnaires. And here, I would like to show you about the trial objective to achieve the desirable and feasible form for the community-based HPV screening. We divide it for the 3 main goals in this innovation. The first, of course, about the acceptance of HPV screening, and then the detection rates, because we promote the new model test, which is really different from the EVA test. And the third about the triage, HPV triage, because here we would like to give some suggestion about the national guideline. And for the acceptance HPV screening, actually at the end, we will give the questionnaires for the participants women. And detection for the rates, of course, we would like to propose HPV screening register and the HPV triage, because we also will use the insurance data and questionnaire local and the community thing. What we want to do at the end for the trial objective of the screening implementation trial, because at the end we will develop an educational concept. And the Indonesia cervical cancer trial design, we designed the sampling as a pilot region Yogyakarta. Why we choose Yogyakarta and especially the Kulon Progo? Because with many consideration, and we would like to propose 2,000 sample participating women with the age 30 until 50 years old. 1,000 self-vaginal samples, we will divide it into 500 collected using self-swab and 500 using Evalin test. And 1,000 self-urinary samples, 500 collected using self-urine swab and 500 using Calipi. And of course, we will do the randomization, and we did in this last last month, we did the randomization. And we will do the HPV detection with the for the four types of the vaginal swab and the urinary sampling. And if we have the negative test, it means, for example, we expected that we will have 10% from the 2,000 women as a negative test. And for the negative test, and then we will enroll into the sensitivity and specificity approach. Why? Because we bring the new models type of the equipment. So we have to do the sensitivity and the specificity approach. And then after that, we will use, of course, the regular screening for the follow-up. And for the positive tests, we achieve or we got the positive test. It means, for example, the expected number could be 10% also from 2,000 women. So for the positive one, we will use the triage according for the Indonesian guideline, as I mentioned in the previous slide. This one, I also want to give you back imagination, because I got this data from BKKB in 2021. From Yogyakarta province and districts, there are 5 districts in Yogyakarta, and we put Kulon Progo because of the many consideration, and the number of the reproductive age women in Kulon Progo around 60,000 more. And because Kulon Progo has a very good combination for the rural and urban area in the district. The responsibilities of our innovation, because we try to put into 5 categories of the group. We have the project team with the principal investigators, MOH of DIE, scientific board come from Gajah Mada University and Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. And then we have also the local team like field coordinators and the head of the district health office or Dinas Kesehatan Kabupaten, and then community handling team like nurses and midwife in 21st or 21 primary cares in Kulon Progo, extra partners like suppliers for the test devices and supplier for HPV tests, and the training team like clinical training team, handling training team, and scientific methodology team. Here, a little bit difficult to understand, but I try to mention and to highlight what we want to do, and we did since last November last year. We have the management and the scientific workshop. It's already done, and hands-on training in small group. And actually at the end, we would like to look at the test result and how the test result can be picked up weekly by a courier, and then the test device could be storage in every puskesmas, because the storage condition not very special for the requirement, and at least for 2 weeks at 4 degree Celsius. So we can keep in our fridge in every puskesmas. And the test devices has to be sent to the laboratory of the microbiology in Gajah Mada University. We put one cobas system machine there, and it will process the biospecimen of the HPV. And how we can do the stratification and the randomization here, we try to develop the inclusion criteria in a very simple way. The recruitment women has to be as a the recruitment women have to be the PPJS memberships, yeah, and then the reproductive age between 30 until 50 years old, and then of course they have the willingness to participate at least in the questionnaire. We recruit 21 puskesmas in Kulon Progo. So it means the whole puskesmas in Kulon Progo as a part of our research innovation. And to divide into the rural and remote versus urban by characteristic of each participating puskesmas. In every puskesmas, we have 100 women per puskesmas, or overall it means 2,000 or 2,100. And we also divided the women into 50% the PBI members and 50% 50 women for the PBA members and 50 women for the non-PBE members. Why PBI and non-PBI? It means that one will be like with the government support for their premium, and one because of coming from the participant insured to the BPJS. For the 50 PBI and non-PBI, as I mentioned, that the arm will be divided into 25 sweat sampling, 25 urine sampling, 25 self-sampling with the other model, and 25 with the urine sampling with the other models. And it means that we have 100 sampling from every puskesmas. So here we also propose a very challenged collaboration, because actually previously I think it will be difficult, but we combine with the two national university. One is Universitas Muhammadiyah of Yogyakarta, and one is the Gajah Mada University of Yogyakarta. What I show you in this slide about our preparation, we use, of course, using the performance of pap smear and colposcopy. We also developed the video conference room. This is very specific for the Germany conference, because it's developed by on Germany side. And we also provide the gadget tablets, 3 models of tablets for ID patient, questionnaire, and so on. And we provide 21 tablets for puskesmas. And we also did the training for the OBGYN and provost of the OBGYN for colposcopy and trial screening. And also we trained midwife from all the puskesmas, and we also trained the village head, our village leader, and it's already proposed, and we did in Kulon Progo in the last May. And of course the ethical clearance. And we want to show you about the Kulon Progo. This is very unique, not only because of they have the composition for a rural and urban representative, but also if you look at, and I think this is also the figure out of the condition in Indonesia, that IFA acceptance, even though this is covered by the BPJS or National Health Insurance, but the acceptance less than 30% or around 30%. So it means we have to do like how to enhance about the motivation, and maybe propose about the other type of the equipment which really innovated and could be replaced and increase their acceptance. And the training program before trial initiation, we divided into 3 groups, as I mentioned: Group 1, Group 2, and Group 3. Group 1 consists of the gynecologists and prospective gynecologists. Group 2 consists of healthcare workers at the puskesmas, and Group 3 consists of cadres and village leaders. And it's finished and already done on May of this year. And the participating collaboration, it is very interesting because it's not only between University of Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta and University of Gajah Mada in Indonesia as a national partners, but we work with the two big universities in Germany. One is Hanover Medical School and one is the University of Münster. They are the two universities in Germany which really progress as a comprehensive cancer center. And industry partners works with us during our trial since 2021 until 2023. Roche Indonesia and Roche Global, Copan from Italy, and Novozymes from Belgium. And of course, we have to be considered about many things because test design is to be adapted to national launch costs and training material check, of course, by Indonesian partner, and we have to also translate some material into Indonesian language because we know that most of participating women in the village cannot be understand if we use in English version. And also we provide the lab protocol as a final agreement regarding HPV testing is obtained. And of course, industry partners who manage the shipment to Indonesia and deliver to Indonesia also little bit headache, to be honest, but it's resolved the program. So this is, I would like to show you about the questionnaire, but I cannot explain you in more detail. And this is the models for the collecting samples or biospecimen. We call this as a biospecimen, self-log swab, self-urine sponge, and so on. Actually, this is very simple to do. And the highlight is because it has to be done by their self-women. So the woman will do by themselves. Not handling by the healthcare workers. This is very different if we compare with EVA or pap smear. And this innovation funded by GLURA, German Alliance for Global Health Research, and also German Federal Ministry of Education and Research. And thank you very much for the attention.
Okay, thank you very much again, Dr. Upi, for your excellent presentation. It's very inspiring for us. And excellent research trial, I guess, Dr. Upi, for your collaboration with the other university from Universitas Gajah Mada and also with the GLORA and also with the Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, how you concept it and deliver and make such a big change, especially in the local area in the Kulon Progo, right, Dr. Upi? You make a very different in their community, I guess. And the more important thing is the successful application trial to the community that they will get the motivate to make the handle themselves for taking care of the specimen for the cervical cancer screening, I guess like that. Thank you very much, Dr. Upi. I believe Prof. Eko Suprianto have in this Zoom room too. Good morning, Professor.
Morning.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes. Thank you very much, Prof. Eko, for your coming. And we have one speaker previously with Dr. Upi. I believe Dr. Upi is in Indonesia or in German, Doctor? Dr. Upi?
I'm in Indonesia.
Okay.
I think I'm different from Dr. Chilo and Prof. Eko. I'm in Indonesia.
Okay.
Actually, several weeks ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, I was in Germany and just landed 2 weeks ago.
Oh, wow. Your traveling is very, history traveling is very a lot, Dr. Upi. Yes.
Yes, because of the research, of course.
Yes. Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Ibu, for your time. And Professor Eko will be the next speaker, Professor, and we have your recording too. And before we listen to your presentation, Professor Eko, I would like to give the audience for your brief CV, Professor. You are a professor at School of Biomedical Engineering and Health Sciences at UTM, Malaysia. One of the youngest professor in the world also. Yes, it's correct, Prof. Eko, in the 33 years old. Yeah, you got that predicate as a professor. And your field is biomedical engineering, is a combination of electronic, pharmaceutical, and then also the procedural, and also the medicine, which plays a role in producing diagnostic aids, such as I heard that you have produced like a brain simulator and a robot for cardiovascular. And I heard too you have produced the almost more than 60 patents for almost all years. Yeah, you produced the smart doll. The name is Elisa too. That's very cute name, Professor Elisa.
Yeah.
Yes, and your education history, Master in Biomedical Engineering from Institut Teknologi Bandung, Doctor in Engineering, University of Federal Armed Forces, Hamburg, German. Okay, and your more achievement is you have produced more than 350 papers in international journal and also the proceeding. And today, Professor Eko Supriantno will present about the health technology innovation facing the era of civilization revolution at 5.0. Okay. With that, I ask that all the audience can give full attention to Prof. Eko and help me to welcoming him to this session. And please, Doctor, we can start the recording now.
Hello, good morning. Assalamualaikum. Okay, let me share my screen. Yeah. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to thank to the committee of the 6th International Conference on Medical and Health Science, which is hosted by the Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. And okay, actually today I will talk on the topic given by the committee, which is health technology innovation facing the era of civilization revolution 5.0. My name is Suprianto. So there are 6 outlines which will be presented today. I will start with the health technology definitions, and then continuing with the introduction of the common understanding of society or civilization era 5.0, especially in the healthcare point of view, and then the healthcare technology market, yeah, globally, but also in Indonesia. And then, okay, future healthcare system. In this case, is the healthcare 5.0, which I will touch the system and technology. Challenge, okay, for health technology innovation in Indonesia, as well as strategy, okay, for health technology innovations in Indonesia. So talking about the health technology innovations, I will try to refresh my 26 years experience related to the health technology innovation and management. My health innovation started in the 1996, when I was developing a blood leakage detector in dialysis machine at Kidney Hospital in Bandung. it was very interested to work to develop the transducers, electronic circuit, and software as user interface. After that, I developed several medical devices, including Doppler ultrasounds. And then when I moved to Germany, I was also developed the middle ear implant, ultrasound probe, and artificial brain memory. And then in the industry, I'm working also to manufacture the medical sensors. After I moved to Malaysia, I started again to conduct research and commercialization of medical devices, including cardiovascular devices. More than 45 products has been developed, but and then just few of them, which is related to the technology IR 4.0, are listed in this slide. The SPV DNA, or cervical cancer detector, here one of them, and then the brain simulator that I have like 1 year to develop, and the robot for surgery monitoring, medical device manager, and COVID-19 risk manager or risk management. Some product also has been commercialized, such as here we have the brain stimulator we call smart learning, and then we have also smart asset manager, including tracker and software for the asset management. New normal intelligent kit for offices and healthcare institutions also developed during the COVID, the very short time. And now we or my team conduct some clinical testings of our new robot for surgical or intervention monitoring in National Cardiovascular Center, Harapan Kita, Jakarta. Today my focus is to discuss the direction of health technology innovation globally, challenge and strategy to implement health technology innovation in Indonesia. But before we discuss this, I would like also to have some or to share some understanding with you on health technology as well as society and healthcare 5.0. So according to the WHO, basically health technology is defined as the application of organized knowledge and skill in the form of devices, medicines, vaccines, procedures, and systems. And this is developed to solve a health problem and improve quality of life. This includes, for example, here, pharmaceutical or drug or medicines, devices or medical devices, procedures, organizational system used in the healthcare industry, as well as computer supported information system or software. Health technology are being developed to have the higher accuracy, easier, faster, cheaper, and more safe healthcare delivery. Talking about civilization era 5.0 or society 5.0, allow me to cite the vision of the society 5.0 from one website, Abenomics Japan sources. The society 5.0 is society of population with use technology IR 4.0, including here IoT, big data, AI, and robot in the daily activity. As we know, there are 5 society eras, starting for society 1.0, which is the hunter-gatherer society, and then society 2.0 for agriculture, society 3.0 for industry, society 4.0 for information, and now society 5.0, which is society that use the cyber physical system, including the IoT, big data, etc., for better human life. To keep basic understandings on the society 5.0 in the previous era, the patient is going to the hospital, as you see here, or clinic to meet medical doctors. But in the society 5.0, patient just stay at home and use telemedicine to meet the medical doctor. And previous era also, engineer required or manager required to visit the location for monitoring, or observations of environment or locations. But no, using IoT, put it in many places, and also IoT cloud server and mobile apps, engineer or manager able to monitor the environment or work location just using the mobile phone from anywhere.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, and all participants, thank you for still joining the 6th International Conference on Sustainable Innovation 2022, Optimizing Global Benefit for Future Wellbeing. Ladies and gentlemen, and all participants, right now there are 13 focus conferences running, and we have been connected to our colleague, our reporter, Sister Bella. Sister Bella?
Hello, Sister Santi.
Yes, are you now joining ASEAN Call, the second Asian Conference on Cooperative Laws?
Yes, for sure.
Okay, so now please your report.
Okay, thank you. Now we are moving to ASEAN Conference on Comparative Laws, or ASEAN Call. Please welcome the representative, Mr. Andi Agus Salim. Hello, Mr. Andi.
Hello, Mbak Bella.
Okay, glad to see you.
Glad to see you, Mbak Bella.
Okay, how have you been?
I'm good.
You're good?
Busy morning.
Okay, you look very fresh.
Yes.
Okay.
We have to look fresh every day, right?
Okay, of course. Okay, so Mr. Andi, how's the situation inside the venue right now?
Okay, ASEAN Call right now, we are conducting a preliminary session.
Conversation?
Yes, in this preliminary session, we invite at least 4 speakers from different countries. They are Spain, Australia, Argentina, and last but not least is Indonesia.
Indonesian. So, is the speaker from Indonesia is from our campus or not?
Of course.
Of course.
One of the experts from our campus. Yes.
Okay. Okay, despite the crowd and that happened in the venue right now, could you please explain to us about ASEAN COL, as I know, and this focus on sustainable legal innovation in the age of disruption?
Yes, sure. Well, actually, ASEAN COL.
Yep.
ASEAN COL.
Okay, ASEAN COL. Okay.
Yes, stand for ASEAN Comparative on Comparative Law. It is established since 2018. So today is the third ASEAN COL. Is it correct, Mabella? Today we bring the same the development, sustainable legal development in the age of disruptive. It is in response to today's digitalized.
Okay.
As we know that the technology today is developed so rapid, so massive. So to respond this kind of conditions, we try to provide the space, or we try to provide a place for the scholars, for the experts to discuss what we are going to do to handle this kind of condition. Of course, in the field of law.
Level of law, that, but it's impact of all of field in human life, in human being, of course. Okay.
Of course.
Okay. So how many abstract and papers that submitted to ASEAN Call?
Okay, this year we received about 100 abstract, but after selecting those abstract, we today we have about 50 papers to be presented.
50 or 60? 60 papers.
Yes,
okay. So are all those papers come from Indonesian or another country participating?
Okay, of course not. Of course
Of
not.
course not.
Indonesia, because this is an international conference, right?
Okay.
So we have speakers from Indonesia, of course. We have from Malaysia. We have from Taiwan. We have from Japan and Poland.
Poland.
Yes.
Okay. That's good. Okay, thank you, Mr. Andi, for the information. That's a great and great information and very detailed. And hopefully, our submitted paper and presented will give effective impact toward the goals of ASEAN Call. I mean, okay, and good luck for ASEAN Call, of course.
Thank you, Mabella.
You're welcome.
Have a good day.
Yes, have a good day too.
Thank you, Sister Bella, for the reports, and thank you, Mr. Andi, for the interview. Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Sunday? Okay.
Yes, good. Okay, ladies and gentlemen and participants, we'll be right back and give you another report from the focal conferences, so stay tuned.
For higher technology innovation is according to Society 5.0 era, which is digital health. Okay, the future healthcare system actually is beyond the informations or digitalization era currently. Okay, it is era of personalization, era of connected healthcare, era of customer focus, and so on. It's not anymore industrial age era and also information age era. These some characteristic of personal healthcare, including here the DNA, physiological and anatomical measure. And then 5.0 also characterized by the combination of the diagnosis, we call the multimodality diagnosis, holistic treatment, that include radiotherapy, herbs, physiotherapy, etc. And then home monitoring, the nurse come to the home, the doctor also come to the home through the online system and so on. And robot surgery, neurosurgery, and also other surgery. So the healthcare 5.0, healthcare 5.0 is driven by some parameters. For example, here the global health problem, and second is the aging. Besides that, also the development of the nanotechnology, biotechnology, and also information technology. So some future key technologies that will come in the healthcare 5.0, for example, the multimodality biomodeling, bio-nanomaterial, alternative bioenergy, energy for healing, and also robotics. The system requirement for future healthcare or healthcare 5.0, for example, here the image quality, the speed, the safety, the economy, efficacy, cost, and user friendliness. This is some example of healthcare 5.0 in the early detections. Healthcare 5.0 will try to replace the stethoscope with modalities like ultrasound, infrared, and electromagnetics. And we go to the advanced diagnosis, which is non-invasive detailed diagnosis using the high resolutions imaging system, computer-supported diagnosis, and multimodalities like MRI, nuclear medicine, nanoparticle. And healthcare 5.0 also try to combine the diagnosis intervention, or we call the hybrid system, which is more real time and then precise, high resolution, automatics, and using the multi-modalities. And then now we know the future directions of healthcare technology. But in Indonesia, the development of the medical device considering still behind compared to a developed country. So there are challenges in Indonesia that we need to strategize to solve it. First is the competent biomedical engineer. Is still lacking on this. And then medical device technology readiness level from the university or research center, that's still not until the commercial stages. And pre-commercialization fund, for the certifications and so on, which is still too small. Pre-clinical testing facility include the GLP, and then accredited lab 17 or 25, so still lacking. And then commercialization fund and loan is quite difficult to get loan for this purpose. Medical device industry ecosystem also something that we need to improve. And then user experience and branding. Change from the import to local and to export is something that also we need to work on. And then pro-local regulations. So and then the clear direction and collaborations. So basically this is some challenges in Indonesia, and actually as on the integrator and the leader to have or to focus on the health technology development or innovation also still a challenge. If we see here, we compare with few countries. Indonesia is here. From 2009 to 2019 for medical instrument export. We see here. This is Malaysia and South Korea, and then we have like China, and then Japan, Germany, and US. We see Indonesia is still far behind. So this is also a challenge that we need to improve. There are a few strategies that I propose here to improve the health technology innovations. One is to implement the fund distribution properly, that cover all the life cycle in the medical devices. So for example here, we need to put money for the research. We need to put money for the testing and certification. We need to put money for the material and manufacturing, marketing and management, finance, distribution and installation, and then maintenance and repair, as well as tech, license, and regulations. So this is the arrangement of the money. And we need to also to put money for the IR 4.0 technology. This is for strategy to ensure, for example, by 2023 we have market for the local product is 22 million, and how this 22 trillion, distributed well. And then the next one, the strategy 2 is to enable support for the development or the innovation of medical devices. So we need to for the R&D product, we need to have the business plan. We need to comply safety, performance, and usability requirement. We need to have the researchers with the industry experience, to enable this product is really end-to-end become industrial product. And then we need to have also the test facility, and we need to ensure the material availability, and then manufacturing plan quality. We need to have also low profit margin so that our product is competitive. And we need to have the final access, and we need to have the local on the transportation costs and local experts, for the installations, and we need to have the low maintenance costs as soon as possible. And then we need to have also consider the import tax, and regulate so that the tax license education, something that also can be handled. So this is some support, yeah, and then also we need to consider the cybersecurity in the IR4 technology. The next strategy is to implement the culture safety fast, especially also in the planning. This is due to some experience, some mistake in the design, fabrication, testing, distribution, installation, lack of training, mistake in the usage, lack of preventive maintenance, mistake in the repair, and so on. So all the mistake, this is must be considered in order to have better result. So we need to consider also that as medical device developer, we need to consider the medical device life cycle. Yeah, even we still in the beginning, but we need to consider where we want to test in the preclinical and also in the clinical, and then how we are going to do the manufacturing, how to distribute, how to install, how to operate, how to maintain, how to repair, and how to dispose. We consider all this, then actually, if we develop medical device that will, have better safety. The next strategy, because now is the era technology 4.0 or industrial 4.0, it is also important to integrate IR 4.0 technology in health product and innovations, including smart sensor, Internet of Things, blockchains, and then cloud computing, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, big data, and then robotic, augmented reality, and mobile apps for the people. This is some example how the medical fields is developed using the blockchain technology. Is the augmented reality, to support how to help the doctor, do the better surgery, and also for other technical purpose. And we need to integrate smart assistant for the data collections, and also the big data centers, for example. And we need to move from the conventional management of diseases, from prevention to rehabilitations. For example, here we apply the wearable health monitor, and then we develop the online diagnosis and PAC system, online treatment monitoring system, online prescription, and online home monitoring. This is that we call the connected diseases management. So this is the example of, for example, connected cardiovascular prevention devices, connected cardiovascular diagnosis devices, and then also for the treatment include the online defibrillator, online insulin delivery device, and online pain manager. And also, for example, for the home monitoring, after surgery, and then for the elderly at home, online vital sign monitor, and so on. So this is strategy number 5. Strategy number 6 is to support and monitor the Ministry of Health. First, the program from the Ministry of Health is about the health transformations. So they have planned to increase the national product, for example, a medical device up to 55%, by 2024 for the 10 biggest device by volume. Then, for the medical device also, they have the list that will be produced in Indonesia. Here is the 10 medical device, the biggest by value that targeted also in the end to be produced in Indonesia. We need also to support and monitor the MOH in relations with other ministry, and we need to have also support. We need to support the MOH, for example, to develop the regulations. They plan to have the act okay, for pharmacy and also medical devices, yeah, and also other regulations, including for the research and commercialization of the medical devices. We will support the MOH in making the collaboration with a lot of stakeholders, with the university, with the national study body, with the Ministry of Investment, research centers, and then the procurement unit, the industry, and the computer centers, and then the Department of Foreign Affairs, and so on. So this is also something that we need to support, so that in order to have the medical device produced locally, it is also not only the responsible of Ministry of Health, but responsible of many stakeholders. So that's all from me. Yeah, this is one of medical device that hopefully soon able to be manufactured in Indonesia. Thank you. Please, if you have any questions, you can just chat or discuss after this. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
For the COVID. And then the second, I also wrote, the first paper is contributions of pupuk Kaltim. This is fertilizer industry to the SDGs, right? Because the topic is very, very interesting. This is not only just important, but this is now becoming the icon, you know, the icons of today's issues, right? And then I wrote the paper using the postmodernist analysis, right? And then on the performance of sustainability report. And then the second, this presentation also inspired by the second paper published in 2020, a comparative study on disclosure of sustainability performance based on the GRI sustainability report. Right? And the second paper, this is the comparative, you know, among the three fertilizer industries, right? Pupuk Kaltim, Pupuk Sriwijaya, and then also Petrokimia Gresik. Okay. And then the third paper, this is inspired 2020 in the Journal of Environmental Planning and Management. And then the title is GRI 300 as a measurement tool for the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals. So all these three papers is basically trying to discuss, you know, about how much, you know, the contributions of the company to the SDGs. Because until now, you know, many scholars having difficulties how measuring, you know, the contribution to the SDGs. It was before when started the SDGs 2016, right? More they focus on the nation, right? The nation when measuring the SDGs. But then afterward, they are now trying to not only the obligation or the responsibility of the SDGs just as a nation or as a government. But now the government is asking the individual institution or companies how much they contribute. Papers is trying to address in measuring the SDGs. Okay, so this is the person. This is the person. If you like to see the pictures, okay. Sorry, I put it my picture myself, right? But then make it easy for you, you know, to differentiate. The first is Professor Eduardo Ordonez Poncho from Athabasca University, Canada. Right. And he concerns on the sustainability, especially for the city sustainability. Right. Let me check the detail of him. His research interest is on the sustainable business, and then also sustainability partnership, and also sustainability education and research, multinational in developing countries, yeah, including in Indonesia and so forth. And he is focused on the role of organization play in the sustainability of the society, you know, basically on that thing. And then wait, the second is Professor Asuman Kari. Asuman Kari. Dr. Asuman Kari, or Professor Asuman Kari, is Professor of Operation Management at the Faculty of Business in the Canada, yeah, University, you know, Canada. Yeah. And then he obtained his bachelor and doctorate so far, I believe, in UK. And then his research interest is on operation management, just in time, supply chain management, service management, logistics. And then he also having a focus on sustainable cities and smart cities, right? Digital disruption and transformations, and more or less on also relate to the climate change. So this is what he's focused on, right? Okay, then I would like to come back. How is that? Okay. Right. So this is the background of the two. But then for me, the different among them, and the two papers is on very broad, you know, context rather than on the GRI 300. I would like to give you some explanations on the GRI 300 later on. Okay. Right. So this is the three papers that we the report and the SDGs. Okay. I just give you a glance. I think everyone knows about these pictures on the Sustainable Development Goals. But then when with respect to the earlier SDGs and the process, and then back again to all the 193 United Nations member states on the SDGs. And then all they ratified, you know, the content, the concept of SDGs until now. Okay. So that already been given protocol introduction, you know, by the moderator, saying that 70 goals, yes, and then within the 70 goals there are 169 targets. Okay, 169 targets have to be accomplished by any individual or any institution if they are going to contribute to the SDGs. Okay. And then this is good for business actually, the SDGs, help business be more attractive for investors. Right? So that's why if as their vision, then it could help their business to be more effective, right, to the investors. And then also access to the management of the supply chains. Because everyone now is thinking on how the institution comply with the SDGs. And then also improve access to the public procurement and the public investment. Okay, and also improve competitiveness in hiring best human capital. Right. So everyone now is asking to be as in the visions of the SDGs. And then also social license with the civil society, public opinion, and customers. So this is really good, for the business. So that's why now we have to move, toward and aligning, our vision into the SDGs. Okay. SDGs are potential drivers, right, of new market and opportunities. As SDGs are robust, backed by the multiple stakeholders, we cannot deny. We cannot deny. So many now scholars is also of the SDGs. Okay. And then also SDGs make it simpler to do sustainable business. Okay. And this is the way right, and then new market, trillions of dollars will be invested in the context of how we save or preserve our environment. New need will arise. Keep an eye out of those things, on the SDGs, and SDGs are open to local context and innovation. So basically, SDGs is not just for the global things, but needed to be the local context and innovation. Okay. Right. So now I'm moving to this list. This one. This is the 3 papers, and focusing how to measure the contribution to the company to the SDGs using the GRI sustainability report. SR means sustainability report. Okay, right. And then based on the 3 papers, and here is the research question and the objective. Well, I believe most of our audience here, the attendants are scholars, and possibly also some students. Question that we would like to discuss. The first is how do the studies measure the contributions of the company to the SDGs using their sustainability report. So if any company, if you do not have the sustainability report, it's impossible to measure. The question is also thinking that is it possible financial report to be used to measure the SDGs? So far, it's very hard, you see, because the financial report is focused on the monetary aspect, the social, environmental, even though we could trace into note to financial report, notes to financial report, but again, it's very difficult. So needed sustainability report, basically, if you like to measure the contribution to the SDGs. And then also which companies are selected in the studies to identify the SDGs contribution. Okay, so under my investigation, especially for fertilizer industries. Why I choose fertilizer? Well, I think fertilizer industry is very complex industries.
Monoculture model, which actually experience more attack from armyworm or Spodoptera. However, from the economic aspect in general, it gives a different tendency as well. This is the comparison of other growth parameter of plant in monoculture and intercropping system. On the left are the sweet corn, and on the right is soybean. It was known that the sweet corn plants grown in polyculture with either soybean or rice gave better growth performance when viewed from other generative growth aspects. The other generative parameter included diameter, length, average, and total weight, as well as the number of corn cob. Likewise, for soybeans, there are a tendency for better growth, especially total pod weight in the polyculture model. Based on the result of the economic analysis, it was known that the soybean monoculture technology model with yield of young soybean provide a higher profit with revenue per cost are 2.58 compared to other 5 model. With rice monoculture are 0.54 and sweet corn monoculture are 0.24 and soybean monoculture are 2.58. For soybean and upland rice are 1.71. For corn and soybean are 1.25, and for corn and rice are 0.17. The result of the analysis expected to be different if used in the other region. This is due to the different production costs, which usually arise due to difference in land and labor rental payment system. As with land in North Jakarta in general, land rental costs are calculated based on the area on the land plot, not a profit-sharing system like the one in the East Jakarta. Likewise, labor costs in the North and East Jakarta are different from those in West Jakarta. So, there are 3 conclusions about our research. First, intercropping system of corn, rice, soybean, or turiman jagole can be used to optimize cultivation land use with limited water resources, although monoculture cropping pattern of soybean gave the highest profit with an RC value of 2.58. Then, optimizing land and water resource in Jakarta could be done with monoculture or polyculture system for food and secondary crops. Farmer preference is more decisive on production, especially on product price and how easy production input to be accessed. And the last, farmer groups still need guidance from other stakeholders, in this case not only IIIT but also related agencies. With thanks to the IIIT Balitbangtan Jakarta of the Agriculture Ministry Republic of Indonesia for the funding given to the implementation of this study through the state budget for years 2019 to 2020. I think that's all the result of the research that we have done. Next, we can have a discussion. My screen and time return to the moderator. Thank you for attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ketika kita cukup bisa memberi lebih banyak, ya. Kalau memberi lebih banyak, sudah pasti itu hormon kebahagiaannya juga meningkat, sehingga membuat kita jauh lebih fleksibel, lebih adaptif terhadap lingkungan. Nah, maka kenapa menjadi sangat penting banget kita semua ya untuk bisa belajar mencintai diri sendiri. Jadi me and myself gitu ya, saya dan diri saya sendiri, ya kita semua harus memulainya dari bagaimana saya cinta nggak sama diri sendiri. Ya, jadi saya sering banget dapat curhatan di DM gitu ya, di media sosial gitu ya, mencurahkan perasaannya, betapa kecemasannya begitu tinggi, insecure-nya juga begitu kuat, kemudian kadang terserang panik gitu, karena ternyata banyak sekali yang belum bisa tahu mengenai apa kelebihan dia dan bagaimana mengatasi atau me-improve gitu ya kelemahan dirinya gitu. Nah, sehingga memang ada 4 kunci sebetulnya untuk membuat kita jauh lebih sayang sama diri sendiri dan lebih happy pada diri sendiri. Yang pertama itu acceptance, ya. Acceptance itu apa? Nanti kita akan bahas. Jadi proses penerimaan. Kemudian ada yang namanya awareness. Awareness itu adalah menyadari, jadi kesadaran tentang diri. Kemudian ada yang namanya compassion, ya, mengasihi diri. Jadi bukan mengkasihani diri. Dan yang terakhir ada yang namanya improvement. Nah, ini adalah 4 hal kunci dari bagaimana kita mulai belajar untuk bisa menyayangi diri sendiri sebelum mulai sayang sama orang lain. Karena orang lain punya feedback tuh tergantung kita. Kalau kita saja mencintai diri sendiri, itu mirrornya, pantulannya itu akan membuat mereka bisa taking care kita juga, bisa sayang sama kita juga. Nah, itu yang biasanya membuat seseorang mungkin jauh lebih memiliki makna dalam menjalani hari-harinya, ya. Nah, saya juga selalu meyakini bahwa kita itu semua adalah pemeran, ya, pemeran utama dalam cerita hidup kita, gitu. Jadi orang-orang lain tuh memang mungkin hanya sisipan-sisipan saja, tapi yang paling utama adalah bagaimana kita menjalankan itu. Sutradaranya udah ada, tinggal kita gimana cara menjalankannya. Dan untuk punya peran biasanya gitu ya. Saya punya banyak teman yang memang berkecimpung di bidang perfilman juga ya. Mereka biasanya reading dulu. Mereka biasanya belajar dulu tentang peran-peran tadi. Nah, sama halnya dengan kita gitu. Untuk bisa memainkan peran itu, kita mesti belajar. Gitu. Belajar juga sepanjang masa. Gak bisa sebentar gitu. Prosesnya tuh panjang, menahun, sampai akhirnya kita menemukan tujuan yang lebih bahagia aja dalam hidup ya. Nah, yang paling penting adalah bagi saya, kenapa seseorang itu jadi punya isu klinis kesehatan mental yang cukup signifikan? Karena dia tidak belajar menerima apa yang terjadi di masa lalunya. Sesuatu yang mengganjal itu akan menghalangi seseorang mencapai apa yang dia inginkan dari segi yang positif ya. Seperti ada mental blocking, unfinished business, jadi ada kemarahan pada seseorang di masa lalu yang nggak selesai. Ya, lalu itulah yang membawa emosi negatif, akhirnya apa? Yang sering masuk ke dalam dirinya justru banyak hal yang negatif juga. Sehingga menghambat karirnya, ya, terus kemudian hubungan relasi personalnya dengan pasangan mungkin, dengan anak, dengan rekan kerja, dan lain sebagainya. Maka kenapa pada beberapa orang yang ada isu terkait sama mentalnya, kita berusaha untuk cari tahu. Jangan-jangan memang ada sesuatu di masa lalu yang dia sendiri belum bisa menerima itu. Akhirnya menghalangi dia, jadi blocking ya. Nah, kenapa penting jadinya kita harus acceptance? Jadi self-acceptance, kita menerima diri kita. Kita tahu kita punya kekuatan dan kelebihan apa. Kita tahu juga kekurangan kita tuh apa sih sebetulnya. Kekurangan itu bukan berarti membuat kita jadinya tambah down, putus asa, hilang harap, dan lain sebagainya. Tapi dengan tahu kita punya kurang apa, kita bisa improve. Atau justru kita jadi berhati-hati banget gitu. Misalnya, oh saya punya kelemahan dari sisi anger. Saya kadang-kadang gampang banget terprovokasi sama keadaan sehingga membuat saya marah-marah. Nah, kalau dia tahu itu adalah kelemahan, dia cari upaya untuk bisa mengatasi rasa marahnya. Ya, jadi intinya adalah dengan kita tahu apa kelebihan kita tahu kurangnya kita bisa mengantisipasi sebuah peristiwa ya yang mungkin saja nanti akan terjadi. Dan kalaupun kita nggak bisa prediksi kemudian dia muncul, kita tahu cara kelolanya, tata kelolanya bagaimana ya. Menerima diri itu juga terkait tadi ya, saya sudah mention sebelumnya bahwa berdamai sama masa lalu gitu ya. Kadang-kadang banyak yang bilang, Mbak itu tuh nggak gampang loh, bener. Memang teman-teman itu tidak mudah, karena kita punya ego. Ego kita tuh sebetulnya fungsinya mekanisme pertahanan kan. Kenapa ada ego? Kita akhirnya bisa bertahan di situ. Ya, tapi kalau ego itu terlalu tinggi, membuat kita jadinya sulit gitu untuk melepaskan masa lalu kita dengan siapapun dan dengan apapun. Terus kemudian juga kita juga perlu menerima bahwa yang dijalanin ini kadang-kadang ada challenge, ada tantangan, dan itu adalah bagian dari pertumbuhan. Lalu kemudian kita juga terima diri kita bahwa kadang-kadang memang kita nggak bisa sempurna dan nggak akan pernah jadi sempurna. Jadi nggak perlu untuk menuntut diri terlalu berlebihan, memaksakan diri, sehingga pada akhirnya membuat seseorang itu bukan jadi happy, justru jadi depresif. Yaitu yang paling sering terjadi. Nah, untuk bisa acceptance menerima diri, tentu kan teman-teman atau kita semua perlu kenal sama diri sendiri. Kenal itu nggak cuma physically aja, ya, tapi juga yang ada di dalam diri kita. Sifat dasar kita, atribut diri kita tuh apa, ya itu yang jadi penting. Kemudian, yang utama sih sebetulnya itu selalu harus bisa fokus sama kelebihan yang kita punya. Kelemahan tentu kita upgrade, ya, kita improve. Tapi kita juga fokus sama kelebihan. Saya meyakini setiap orang itu pasti punya kelebihan dan kekuatan, ya. Jadi itu yang membuat kita menjadi punya drive atau semacam pendorong untuk bisa memaksimalkan diri. Lalu kemudian menerima itu juga tidak membandingkan diri kita dengan orang lain. Karena kita tuh adalah individu yang berbeda. Nggak apple to apple kalau dibandingkan. Ya, kita ada sekitar 7,8 miliar manusia di dunia, maka ada 7,8 miliar kepribadian di dalamnya. Sehingga kita nggak bisa komparasi dengan orang lain. Ya, kalau komparasinya membuat kita tertrigger menjadi positif, kita jadi lebih kerja keras, lebih maksimal, lalu kita menemukan bahagia, nggak apa-apa. Tapi kalau itu bikin kita jadi demotivasi, itu yang jadi buruk, ya. Kemudian paling penting juga sih ya merangkul diri kita dengan segala apa yang kita punya di dalam diri ini gitu. Itu adalah hal yang paling penting dalam proses penerimaan diri. Kemudian awareness ini penting banget ya teman-teman. Ketika kita sudah accept menerima kita seperti apa adanya itu, ya, tanpa tapi, tanpa apa namanya, saya orangnya seperti ini tapi, nah itu berarti ada koma di situ. Ketika koma berarti sudah ada blockingnya, ya. Jadi kalau kita sudah bisa terima diri kita, ya, kita berarti ada kesadaran. Nah, jadi kesadaran itu lebih kepada fokus kita mengenal diri lebih jauh. Kayak values hidupnya teman-teman tuh apa sih? Lalu pikiran-pikiran yang terbentuk ya dari pengalaman-pengalaman, emosi-emosi apa yang paling sering muncul dalam keseharian. Lalu apa sih yang biasanya membuat jadi tertekan, jadi stres ya. Itu semua adalah bagian awareness. Kita sadar sama diri kita sendiri. Saya punya value apa? Saya punya tingkat stres yang bagaimana? Itu lebih pada kesadaran ya. Lalu kemudian yang berikutnya tadi acceptance, awareness, kemudian compassion. Ya, compassion itu artinya kita berbuat baik sama diri sendiri. Kita punya empati terhadap diri sendiri, terutama saat kita menghadapi kegagalan. Karena hidup tidak pernah tidak menemui kegagalan ya teman-teman, pasti akan selalu ada challenge di depan kita. Karena itu bagian kita bertumbuh ya. Kemudian di situ kita mulai menyadari bahwa ya kita tuh memang hanya manusia biasa gitu dan kita belajar dari setiap kesalahan tadi ya dan nggak terus menerus terlalu dalam memikirkan kesalahan apa ya, bahkan kadang-kadang juga kita nggak pernah tahu ya terjadi saja gitu kegagalannya, kita evaluasi kemudian melakukan perbaikan diri. Nah itu yang paling penting adalah gagal salah ya berarti kita harus belajar dari situ. Tapi bukan terus-menerus akhirnya merenungi sampai akhirnya kita jadi nggak produktif. Nah ini yang namanya compassion seringkali juga diartikan juga agak sedikit keliru dengan blaming ya, sehingga membuat kita jadinya nggak bisa happy gitu dengan keadaan diri sendiri gitu. Kalau blaming itu lebih kepada menyalahkan diri sendiri. Nah ini salah satu bentuk kekerasan emosi ya, yang paling toksik gitu ya kepada diri sendiri.
disease very well. We call it My Sojatra. Yeah, we have a lot of tracking system in this mobile, and it has been working very well to control the monitoring and control the spreading of disease. Community-based participation is also very important beside all the technology, yeah, especially for older people, yeah. Paying special attention to the questions of ethics, social inclusion, diversity, and sustainability. Okay, innovation of nursing education and practice, we need to empower. We empower nurses by giving the knowledge, and then nurses have to be self-directed learning, yeah, and facilitate learning is very important. No more a teacher-student relation, yeah, it's more on a facilitator in terms of teaching the learner. And then we have to take into advantage of ICT. This is a reference. Thank you very much for your attention, and all the best to all of you.
Thank you very much for Professor Chang. How are you, Prof? Thank you for...
I'm very good. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Alhamdulillah. Okay, thank you, Prof, for the excellent presentation. Okay, as we know that she already talks about there are many innovations that can be done, not only for the nursing education and also for the clinical practice. And innovation, as we know that the COVID-19 pandemic is an emergency situation, global emergency. So we need to adapt with the new ways in the teaching and learning, especially in nursing education and practice. And Professor Chong have mentioned many kind of strategies that can be done to be innovation. And she also mentioned about the innovation. If we can adapt with the innovation quality, we can make new innovation, and then we should have new ideas, and it can improve our knowledge, skills, attitudes, something like that. And also she give the more explanation and also example for us. So if you have any question, you can ask the question or by write the in the chat room, because because Professor Chong will be answered later. Okay, we can continue to the next speaker. The next speaker is Dr. Nurse Falasifa Ani Juniarti, Master of Art Nursing from School of Nursing, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Yes, she will talk about the role of nurses in preparing future generation. She is lecturer in nursing science program at Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta for the School of Nursing and also Master of Nursing. And she took her bachelor degree in nursing at Universitas Gadjah Mada in 2000. Then finished her master's at Angeles University Foundation at Philippines at 2009, and the doctoral degree at 2022 in nursing at Universitas Gadjah Mada. She is expertise in pediatric nursing. She also has several journal publication. Okay, and then I would like to invite Dr. Nurse Falasifa Ani Juniarti, Master Art of Nursing, to deliver her presentation.
for still joining the 6th International Conference on Sustainable Innovation 2022, Optimizing Global Benefit for Future Wellbeing. Yeah. Okay, since earlier we have seen some focus conferences. From each conference, we also have our reporter to give the report. And now we will have special entertainment.
Yeah, the special entertainment, as you can see that right now on the stage, we already joined by the Asmara Entertainment. But before they're going to entertain us right now, right here, maybe there is some explanation about what we're going to have later on this conference.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen and all participants, we're going to give you a special performance by Asmara. And after that, we also will have opening ceremony, and also we have our special keynote speakers, and then also we're still going on in the 13 focus conferences right now.
All right, without further ado, please help me welcome the Asmara Entertainment.
Kau datang ketika aku jatuh bangun dan jatuh dalam langkah menyusuri kehidupanku yang kelam dan hampir-hampir ku tak dapat melangkah lagi. Dirimu hadir bagaikan sinar menerangi jalanku, tunjukkan arah mana yang kini harus ku tempuh agar diriku tak sesat lagi seperti dulu. Bersama penuh kasih, seakan-akan ku terjaga dari mimpi-mimpi, dari kehidupan yang semu dan melenakanku, membuatku terlupa akan segala-galanya. Hari ini aku mencoba berdiri dan melangkah lagi. Bila esok sinar mentari pagi kan bersinar lagi, aku kan menuju cita-cita pasti. Dirimu hadir bagaikan sinar menerangi jalanku, kau tunjukkan arah mana yang kini harus ku tempuh agar diri tak sesat lagi seperti dulu. Bersama penuh kasih, seakan-akan ku terjaga dari mimpi-mimpi, dari kehidupan yang semu dan melenakanku, membuatku terlupa akan segala-galanya. Hari ini aku mencoba berdiri dan melangkah lagi. Bila esok sinar mentari pagi kan bersinar lagi, aku kan menuju cita-cita pasti. Seakan-akan ku terjaga dari mimpi-mimpi, dari kehidupan yang semu dan melenakanku, membuatku terlupa akan segala-galanya. Hari ini aku mencoba berdiri dan melangkah lagi. Bila esok sinar mentari pagi kan bersinar lagi, aku kan menuju cita-cita pasti.
terluka hingga kau bahagia. Aku di sini walau letih, coba lagi jangan berhenti. Ku berharap meski berat kau tak merasa sendiri. Kau telah berjuang menaklukkan hari-harimu yang tak indah. Biar ku menemanimu menghasut lelahmu. Izinkan ku lukis senja, mengukir namamu di sana, mendengar kamu bercerita, menangis tertawa. Biar ku lukis malam, bawa kamu bintang-bintang untuk temaniku yang hingga kau bahagia. Izinkan ku lukis senja, mengukir namamu di sana, mendengar kamu bercerita, menangis tertawa. Biar ku lukis malam, bawa kamu bintang-bintang, untuk temaniku yang terluka hingga kau bahagia. Izinkan ku lukis senja, mengukir namamu di sana, mendengar kamu bercerita, menangis tertawa. Biar ku lukis malam, bawa kamu bintang-bintang, untuk temanimu yang terluka hingga kau bahagia. Izinkan ku lukis senja, mengukir namamu di sana, mendengar kamu bercerita, menangis tertawa. Biar ku lukis malam, bawa kamu bintang-bintang, untuk temaniku yang terluka hingga kau bahagia. Untuk temaniku yang terluka hingga kau bahagia.
Because is it maybe for the development of the 5.0 technology for the society will make the doctor lose their job, because we know that they will develop the artificial intelligence too. So this will make our job will be lost or something. Professor Eko, maybe?
Not
worried. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's not in this time. I don't know when, but yeah, maybe in 100 years or 200 years or 100 years, we don't know, but it's not in this time. But the objective is always we try to support the doctor, to make the diagnosis is more accurate, and then faster. I think it's going to direction, but all the confirmation need to come from the doctors basically. You need to be responsible. I mean, as medical doctor, you need to be responsible for your patients. Robot cannot responsible, to the patient basically. So I think this is one step that we need to take consideration, and also human touch is also still cannot be done by the AI or robot. Yeah, we are going to this direction also, but it looks like still quite long to go. So. I think don't worry, you will not lose the job. Only you need to understand. You need to change your way of working, and also it's different because you need to use a lot of data, and then maybe you need to understand also the medical informatics. You need to understand the artificial intelligence. You need to understand many interoperability issues, security issue in IT, and so on. It means as a medical doctor, I would like also to suggest that medical informatics is something that's compulsory, to be learned in the university. I mean, during the medical school. In the medical study basically, because if no, then it's very difficult then to handle these situations. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Can I add to this?
Yes. It's okay. Yes. Please, Dr. Tilo.
Yeah, agree what the Professor Eko said. I think one of the ways to look at this is a little bit similar to a pilot in a plane. Yeah, the pilot in a plane is surrounded by a lot of supporting computers and digital tools in the cockpit. But eventually it's still a pilot who flies the plane, and the pilot is responsible. And for sure, the pilot is supported by a lot of digital systems. And I think this is also a little bit the way to look at this question of what will be the future role of the doctor. The doctor will be still in charge, will be still the main person. The clinician will still be the main person. But the clinician will get support, like a pilot in the cockpit.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much for your additional information, Dr. Thilo. And thank you very much for Professor Eko for the answer from the participant too. So we will move to the next participant. This is come from Dr. Ardi Pramono from Indonesia. It's the question to Dr. Thilo. What is the difficulties in searching partner collaboration in research? Make all researchers step back, and any idea from you to that obstacle?
Yeah, I don't get the questions fully. I understand that it's difficult to find the right research partner. What I don't understand is what means make all researchers step back. That I don't understand. Maybe someone could clarify in the chat. Overall, I think there are conferences like this one. There is the Academic Society of Publications where for sure work and capabilities become visible. I can tell this from my own story. About 18 years ago, when I was still in research and academia, suddenly Roche came to my institute in Germany, and they said, Thilo, we read a publication and we would like you to do a study on this work for us. And with this, I understood that they are Roche is working on some similar things than I was working on. I was very excited, and we started a research collaboration through this project. And the way Roche was able to identify me was simply because it became visible because I was writing an academic paper on this work. And I think nowadays, with digital conferences and much more easier interactions, I think these possibilities are just been increasing. So I see there is a clarification in the chat. Thanks for this. Let me quickly read it.
This is from Dr. Upi, Dr. Thilo.
Okay.
Thanks to the ROSE collaboration. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, this is, I think, Dr. Upi, thank you for your collaboration. I mean, this is at the core of what I said, right? It is about technology partners, and then it's about experts like you who help us and who help the society to implement new innovations into medical practice. And I think this is at the core of what we need to do together. And this is and then on the other side, if we are talking about early of generating new ideas, I think there is another aspect of collaboration with academics on new ideas, on research. And we are doing this every day because so many ideas are generated outside of Roche. We have a lot of own scientists and research capabilities, but we also have to understand that most of the ideas are generated outside of Roche because the world is so big and so powerful. And for sure we are collaborating, and we need to collaborate with those individuals. And then on the other hand, we need to collaborate with great people like Dr. Upi and staff to say, how do we bring these innovations into the market and listen carefully to the experts in the market on what is needed to create an impact.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Tilo. And we believe too with Dr. Upi that it's just not only for business, right, Dr. Tilo? It's just for the healthcare system, for the development to be better life for the worldwide system for the healthcare.
Yeah, I think this is very important. I think I agree with this. I mean, we are a commercial company, but at the end of the day, it's about creating value. And the value has to be with the patients and with the society. And this is the key aim. We need to create value. And then we also, as a company, we have a right to exist and we have a future. And I think this is what we want to do. We want to create value and improve. And then this becomes also a business for us.
Yeah. Okay,
but it's not the opposite. It's first the value,
yes,
and then everything will be fine.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Tilo. And one more question from Zalfa from Indonesia. Can the research be applied in Indonesia now? And if so, what will the obstacle in future research and what's the solution? Yeah.
No, of course. And again, we are collaborating in Indonesia on mainly the topic on how do we implement ideas and innovation. I think what in the future when you look, for example, at the digital pathology, just as one example, yeah, the digital pathology tools, there is this platform that helps to look at the digital slides and can also incorporate algorithms. And this platform is an open platform. So we are planning to open this up so that researchers who develop their own algorithms could also come to this platform and use this platform. So this is a way to integrate also external research and external innovations into platforms, especially digital platforms. So absolutely, and Indonesia is a huge country, and by definition, lots of smart people there. So it would be a mistake not to incorporate it and to acknowledge and try to integrate the human capital and the ideas that are existing in Indonesia. And one of the things, again, as I mentioned, is this emerging market analyzer, which came out of research that was done in not only Indonesia, but also other low middle income countries, where we said, what do these markets need? So this is a piece of research that went directly into our product portfolio and into our development efforts. Yes. So long answer to a very simple question, and the short answer is for sure there is definitely need and also ambition to include research from Indonesia into the overall global portfolio.
Yes.
Democracy and electoral assistance. The next one is by the BDIM Institute at the University of Gothenburg. Both are clearly suggestive. Without democratic institution, it's very hard to speak seriously of the role played by justice, particularly by an independent justice system. I should like to wind up, but invited you to take a fresh look at two paintings that examine the subjectivity that conditions the way in which we see reality. The famous paintings by Velázquez, Las Meninas, which he painted in 1656, using chiaroscuro effects and its use of perspective achieve an almost magical sense of reality. The characters in the painting may be talking to each other, but they also seem to be looking straight at us in a kind of dialogue between the painting and the viewer. The series of paintings of Pablo Picasso, 300 years later, also called Las Meninas, in his attempt to reconstruct Velázquez's works. Both painting reveals the singularity of the way in which each painter sees and relates to reality. At the same time, we have elected them to universal status precisely because of the admiration they awaken within us. The scope of democracy, equality between the parties, and the independence of the judges may be seen as a process of permanent evolution which we may, beyond our differences, help to strengthen with debates such as that proposed in this Congress. Once again, I would like to extend my thanks to the organizers, the university, and all of those who have, with such patience and interest, listened to my presentation. Thank you very much.
From urban culture. This paper explores the green behavior activism carried out by rural community and the Pulau Sari located in Karanganyar district. Next, methods. This examination was carried out using a case study research strategy. This research is now taking place in Karanganyar's peaceful hamlet, since here is where PT Indah Kewarna Dunia would be conducting its CSR activities. The location was chosen for this purpose. The Karanganyar Regencies Karab Kebak Kramat district has the hamlet of Pulau Sari. In addition to Pulau Sari, the 5 hamlets that make up the Pulau Sari village go by the names of Karangkidul, Gronong, Pengawat, and Kloloan. The folks of Karanganyar's Harmony village served as the study's focus population. Kampung Harmony has been identified as the focus of corporate social responsibility initiatives of PT Indah Kewarna Dunia. Data was gathered primarily via the use of interviews, observation, and written documentation. The study relies on the data validity approach known as source triangulation. Next, result and discussion. The Harmony Foundation collaborates with PT Indah Kewarna Dunia on the Kampung Harmony initiative. PT Indah Kewarna Dunia works on Kampung Harmony at Karangkidul Hamlet, Pulau Sari Village, Kebak Kramat, Karanganyar as part of its corporate social responsibility program. Two hamlets, Karangkidul and Dadakan, are served by the Harmony Foundation's 8 neighbor units into community units. The citizens of each RT have the option to design their own harmonious village. We even drew a total of 638 households located in Karanganyar Regency. Karangkidul Hamlet serves as a test site for Kampung Harmony, a planned community. For Kampung Harmony, establishing a beautiful and efficient environment is at the heart of the project mission. We want to build a town that people can enjoy, but we also want to give amenities that benefit the community as a whole without harming its natural environment. Next, the curriculum at Kampung Harmony elaborates on the idea of competitiveness. An inter-RT tournament was first proposed by Kampung Harmony. In every RT, residents must cultivate a garden of peace. Living pharmacy, food, and playground with traditional gaming equipment are among the parks offered. In order to convey a sense of joy, clean lines, and aesthetic beauty, the garden has been painted in a variety of hues. The 3R procedure may be utilized by residents to recycle, reuse, and recycle again. Residents also produce a wide range of useful items such as paintings, ceramics, and more, demonstrating that the program places a high importance on aesthetic as well as practicality. Next, the notion of emphasizing the potential of the local community is the foundation of Kampung Harmony. The idea of competing against one another was first used in order to encourage excitement. However, in order for it to be sustainable, it is utilized to pursue the interest of locals in making the most of the natural resources that are available to them in order to improve their quality of life and their level of autonomy. The overall objective is to provide communities the strength and independence they need to take charge of environmental management on their own, including garbage management. This green behavioral activism is unique. Next, conclusion. Based on the results and discussion, the green behavior activism carried out by rural community in the Kampung Harmoni located in Karanganyar district. Preventive measures and early awareness of environmental issues
Yeah, I hope I have answered that. Yeah, of course, it is not easy. It's a long, long way to go. Yeah, for ASEAN country. Yeah, maybe in Singapore they are developing as well, but also not so so widely used yet. Yeah, and then using robotic also in more ethic. So now you create a robot, you must know how to overcome should there be anything happen. Don't let the robot overcome us. That will be a problem. Right? Thank you very much.
Okay, it's really clear explanation, Prof. And you answered the questions comprehensively. And the key, I think, the emphasis is the long life learning. Yeah, we also, yeah, we should learn anything, anywhere, and anytime. And then, yeah, for the robots, it's need the high investment. I really agree, but we hope we still on process to get it. Okay, the other question for Dr. Falasifa, it's related to tuberculosis. You can answer. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Actually, Mr. Januar also already answered the question about the TCM, yeah. But as I was active in TB care in Asia, so for Miss
Nurfita?
No, about the TBC. What we did to screen the TBC patient in Asia during the as we know, the facilities not spread in our country because we have many islands, and the TCM is only 3,000, but the village is about maybe 50,000. So that's very lack of the facilities for screening the TBC patients. So what we did with the government, we have a collaboration to screen the TBC patient by going door to door with our cadres, because the puskesmas has the name of the patient, and the cadres will visit the home to their home, and they will ask the family of the patient first, who has the silent symptom like TB silent symptom. If they have silent symptom of TB, they will ask them to come to the puskesmas, and they will have assessment by the doctors. And yeah, alhamdulillah, by that we get more patients of TB, and we find out more patients. And then for the question from Ibu Nurfita Risdiana about how the implementation of culture and religion in NCT. I give an example in pediatric ward. Yeah, in pediatric ward, I always ask the student to assess their spiritual life. Not only the children, maybe the children is very small, yeah, for baby, still baby, for example. So I ask them to ask the spiritual life of their parents, or if the children already can communicate, so I will ask them to ask the spiritual life of the child, of the patient. And in my religion, in Islam, the child can be asked to pray, yeah, since they are 7 years. So I will ask the student to ask their patient how do they implement the salat, for example, to pray. If the patient is already 10 years, they will ask, yeah, more gift test to the salat. Yeah, the student will ask the patient how about their salah. If they are not doing salah, why? Why? Because it is like already an obligation, as well as the patient who are already get menstruation. Yeah, even they are sick, they are lying on bed, they have to practice salah. So if they are not able to do salah because of they are sick, so I will ask, they will teach the patient how to do salah. Yeah, for example, like that. Yeah. Then about the culture. The culture here, culture is very broad. Yeah, broad meaning of culture. So for patients who are older, for elderly, we ask our students to communicate with their patient by Javanese, which has the highest level of language. I will tell you that in Javanese there are three stages of language. There are Ngoko. Ngoko is usually if we communicate with Mbak Wulan, for example, usually I use Ngoko. Yeah, because I'm older than her. But if she is talk to me, she usually use Kromo. Yeah, Kromo means the middle stage of language. Yeah. If we tell to Professor Chong, because she is the oldest among us, so we have to use Kromo Inggil. So we have, for example, we ask Mbak Wulan, Mbak, wis maem urung, for example, like that. That is Ngoko, yeah. But Mbak Wulan will ask me, Ibu Ani sampun dahar, something like that, yeah, sampun dahar. Or for Miss Prof Chong, we will ask her, Ibu Chong, panjenengan sampun dahar, for example, like that. So that is kind of culture in our in implementation of nursing. I hope that I already answered the question. Yeah.
Okay, and then for Dr. Falasifa, you also have one question for the UPH Lia Kartika. Yeah, maybe you can answer. This is the last question for you.
Dengan kesedaran. So that means we must have good thoughts and intention bila kita guna social media. Dan yang keempat adalah empathy. We need to have empathy when we are online. Okay. Number one, as I mentioned just now, social media ada banyak maklumat. It's like full of information in a sea. Okay, can be good or can be bad. So kita sebagai kalian sebagai golongan mahasiswa atau the younger generation, it will be very difficult untuk evaluate yang mana the good impact and yang mana the negative impact. So the first one, when I said rehat, okay, bila kita rehat, we need to control our screen time. Okay, so berapa lama dalam satu hari kita ada screen time? Katakan example, saya punya screen time adalah 6 jam. So saya harus berusaha untuk menurunkan my screen time kepada 5 jam ke 4 jam. The other one, kita mesti set target. Okay, saya nak target dalam satu hari ini saya nak guna screen time 5 jam sahaja. So bila sudah exceed the 5 jam, okay, we have to block. So kita kan ada banyak app, so we can actually key in or block in our phone that after 5 hours we don't want to be in the Insta or FB for a longer duration. Satu lagi is sebelum kita tidur, kita perlu make sure kita screen free or off the screen 1 hour sebelum kita tidur. Okay, supaya tidur kita tak terganggu. So that is the first one. Okay, is to get a good rest. Yang kedua is gunakan media sosial dengan kesedaran. That means we must have good thoughts and intention bila kita guna the social media. Baru kita akan absorb yang bagus daripada social media. For an example, as I said, ada banyak information dalam social media. So kadang-kadang bila ada banyak information, sangat sukar untuk kita evaluate yang mana betul and yang mana salah. Yang pertama, kita mesti careful. Okay, berhati-hati dengan siapa yang kita follow. Okay, especially influencers. Not all influencers are good influencers. Yang kedua is strangers. Kalau anda rasa konten yang di-share oleh influencers atau oleh the person that you are following is draining out your energy, atau you rasa that mereka tak memberikan satu impact yang bagus untuk diri sendiri, so we can suggest to unfollow the account, okay, and follow the account yang boost our self confidence. Okay, another one is kita mesti tetapkan niat kita bila kita follow any account in the social media. For an example, niat kita apa? Okay, katakan saya nak tahu regarding PowerPoint, atau saya nak belajar tentang macam mana nak boost my self confidence. Saya nak mentapkan lagi bahasa Inggeris saya. So anda mesti tetapkan niat supaya kalian dapat follow influencer atau account yang sesuai untuk diri anda. So daripada kenapa saya ingin membuka aplikasi ini, apa respon saya akan dapat daripada follow this particular page. So sebelum kita nak gunakan tu, kita mesti tetapkan niat kenapa saya nak guna social media ini, untuk apa, and apa impact that particular page can give me. Okay, and that's yang ketiga tu, watch your thoughts, atau dalam perkataan lain, perhatikan pemikiran anda. For an example, bila saya baca sesuatu dalam social media, adakah perkara ini benar? Jangan terus share atau post dalam feed anda kalau kalian tidak pasti sama ada information tu adalah information yang benar. Kadang-kadang mungkin berita itu berita palsu or incorrect information, tapi I'm sharing without knowing the truth. So we have to know what are we sharing, what are we reading. Okay, bila kita membaca sesuatu, adakah benda yang kita baca tu making me feel good? Adakah dia saya telah belajar sesuatu yang baru, atau benda tu draining out my energy atau memberi saya mood yang tak begitu baik. Kalau benda itu benda yang saya baca dalam social media itu is draining out my energy and I don't feel good, I will always unfollow. I would like to follow some groups or application yang memberi manfaat yang baik untuk saya. Okay, something yang boleh build up my character, something aplikasi yang boleh build up my confidence. Okay, and then the other one is the third one, as I said, we mesti tahu. I mean how I want to put in words. Kita mesti know how to menangani. Yes, that's the right word. Sorry, my bahasa is not very fluent. Kita mesti menangani komen negatif. So, how am I going to overcome negative comments in social media? Okay, pasti kalian, all the mahasiswa and the younger generations, you like to post something into social media. Okay, post your ideas, post your innovation or something. And I'm sure ada ramai yang akan comment. There's a lot of comments, okay. But you have to come across ada komen-komen yang baik and ada komen-komen yang negatif. Bila anda melihat komen yang negatif, anda mesti tengok dulu, adakah komen itu kritikan yang membangun atau komen yang positive comment. So bila anda rasa orang yang komen itu can improve yourself, then you can take from their comment and you can try to improve yourself. Tetapi kalau komen-komen tersebut is to menyakiti hati anda, just to bring you down, komen itu just purposely to hurt you, okay, and don't agree with your idea and thoughts, what you can do is off the comment section. Okay, don't go ahead reading the comments, because if any comments is going to hurt you, apa yang akan berlaku is we will feel demotivated and it can end up being depressed. Okay, and if you come across situation kayak gini, okay, pasti bila dalam social media bukan semua yang kalian post kalian akan dapat komen yang positif. So bila kalian dapat komen yang negatif, what you should do is, number one, do not take it personally. Okay, it's them. That comment portrays them, not you. So jangan ambil apa-apa komen secara personally. And orang yang bagi komen negatif itu adalah mereka memberikan dari pandangan mereka, dari perasaan mereka atau kepercayaan mereka. That defines them. So that doesn't defines you. So don't feel bad when you come across with a negative comment. Another one that you can do when you come across a negative comment, relax and deep breathe and just ask yourself, adakah komen yang mereka bagi itu benar atau sah? Atau jika komen atau kritikan mereka benar, fine. Okay, saya akan belajar dari komen tersebut. Tapi jika komen mereka adalah like no value or macam menyakiti hati anda, then just ignore the comment. And the other one is that you can do is terus unfollow them or block them from hurting you further in the comment section. Okay, so actually blocking and offing the comment adalah salah satu cara untuk elakkan diri kita daripada being hurt or being more depressed, and also avoiding cyberbullying in the social media. Okay, focus on the positive comments. When you come across the positive comments, when you focus on the positive more than the negative, you will have a feel good feeling, and kalian akan berasa dihargai. Kalian akan berasa, like you'll feel happy. Okay, someone mengiktiraf kerja anda, mengiktiraf idea anda. Okay, as I said, the last one that we can do untuk to have a healthy social media lifestyle is we need to have empathy. Okay, empathy when we are online. Okay, we got to be responsible. Kalian mesti bertanggungjawab, okay, bila menggunakan social media. Kalau nak tag rakan-rakan anda atau upload gambar keluarga ke atau your friends, tolong tanya dengan mereka. Okay, ask their permission. Boleh tak tag mereka atau upload gambar mereka? Okay, that is respecting their privacy. Yang ketiga, be careful. They say jaga-jaga, okay, bila kita nak share our ideas, our secrets or our thoughts to strangers or people on social media, because that can be against us. Okay, jangan asal-asal selalu post content without any reason. Kerap post content, and content anda selalu like there's no proper reason that you all are posting the comment, and jangan post any content tanpa mengetahui whether information tu sahih atau benar. Okay, and as I said, protect your privacy. Tak perlu detail mencantumkan information. No need to give any of your private information in the social media. Di mana anda tinggal, nombor telefon, you no need to share your telephone number or your address in the social media. Keep it very private. Okay, the other one, selalu waspada, okay, and jangan langsung percaya dengan orang, especially in Insta or Facebook when they are messaging in the messenger and so on. Filter account yang anda nak follow. Before following an account, tengok dulu dalam content account tu, is it sesuai? Kalau sesuai, okay, fine. Or you want to filter, jangan go on adding on person that tak kenal or stranger. So make sure who is in your social media circle is the person that you know. Okay. And last but not least, I would just like to advise that kalian, especially the younger generations, when you all are using the social media, kindly be responsible. Okay, don't use perkataan-perkataan kasar. Don't be harsh. Don't be rude to others. Don't do something that you don't want others to do for you. Okay, so kindly be responsible, be empathetic, and do not take any negative comments personally, and don't get involved in cyberbullying. Anything that is spoiling your self-confidence or bringing down your self-confidence, okay, kita sebagai individu has all the rights to block them. Okay, so I would akhir sekali saya ingin mohon maaf, okay, jika bahasa saya kurang difahami, because it has been very long since I left Indonesia. I was an ex UGM, Universitas Gajah Mada mahasiswa. So it has been more than 15 years saya kurang berbahasa Indonesia. So saya mohon maaf sangat amat kalau tak faham bahasa saya, and saya memang mengucapkan terima kasih for the secretariat kerana memberikan peluang untuk memberikan this very short talk. Okay, and I'm so sorry jika ada any kekurangan. So if there's any questions, you can ask. Thank you.
kisah yang pernah ada. Kaulah bidadari hati, kita bersama buat cerita cinta antara kita. Ku pernah terluka, kadang tak berdaya. Kau selalu ada, buatku tertawa dan lupakan larang. Tak tahu bagaimana aku tanpa dirimu, tak pernah terbayangkan sepi merindu. Ku mohon padamu, tetaplah kau di sampingku. Hilangkan ragu semua yang kan mengganggu. Ku cinta padamu, kasihku. Kasih kau jangan pergilah, kita bersama buat cerita cinta antara kita. Ku pernah terluka, kadang tak berdaya. Kau selalu ada, buatku tertawa dan lupakan larang. Tak tahu bagaimana aku
Kau begitu sempurna di mataku, kau begitu indah. Kau membuat diriku akan selalu memujamu. Di setiap langkahku, ku kan selalu memikirkan dirimu. Tak bisa ku bayangkan hidupku tanpa cintamu. Janganlah kau tinggalkan diriku, takkan mampu menghadapi semua. Hanya bersamamu ku akan bisa. Kau adalah darahku, kau adalah jantungku, kau adalah hidupku, lengkapi diriku. Oh sayangku, kau begitu sempurna. Kau genggam tanganku saat diriku lemah dan terjatuh. Kau bisikan kata dan hapus semua sesalku. Janganlah kau tinggalkan diriku, takkan mampu menghadapi semua. Hanya bersamamu ku akan bisa. Kau adalah darahku, kau adalah jantungku, kau adalah hidupku, lengkapi diriku. Oh sayangku, kau begitu.
as I look in your eyes. I hold on to your body and feel it move your neck. Your voice is warm and tender, love that I could never say. Beside me all and you are
simfoni, kata hati disadari, merasuk sukma kalbuku. Dalam hati ada satu, manis lembut bisikanmu, merdu lirik suaramu, bagai pelita hidupku, berkilauan hutan semilir angin sejuk, seakan hidup mengapa dapat ku tempuh denganmu, berpadunya dua insan, simfoni dan keindahan, melahirkan kedamaian, melahirkan kedamaian. Syair dan melodi, kau bagai aroma penghapus pilu, kelara di hati, bak mentari kau sejukkan hatiku. Bernyanyi, bunga pun tersenyum, melihat kau hibur hatiku. Hatiku mekar kembali, terhibur simfoni, pasti hidupku kan bahagia. Melodi, kau bagai aroma penghapus pilu, kelara di hati, bak mentari kau sejukkan hatiku. Burung pun bernyanyi, bunga pun tersenyum, melihat kau hibur hatiku. Hatiku mekar kembali, terhibur simfoni.
lihat lagi cahaya cinta, dan kamu hadir coba bawa bahagia. Ketika ku masih mati rasa,
senajan mung ana ngimpi ngalemo ning aku tanpa ono rasa kangen ning atiku Siramu dan Kowe siji-sijine aku bangga karo kowe gelem apa anane tresnoku ra bakal mletre kowe aja sumerang tresnoku ra bakal ilang ibarat koyo kutomu Jogja kowe jen istimewa koyo Jogja istimewa bersama Asmara Entertainment.
koyo kudomu Jogja, kowe jan istimewa. Kowe siji-sijine, aku bangga karo kowe. Kelem nampa apa anane, tresnoku ra bakal mlete. Kowe aja sumelang, tresnoku ra bakal ilang. Ibarat koyo kudomu Jogja, kowe jan istimewa. Kowe siji-sijine, aku bangga karo kowe. Kelem nampa apa anane, tresnoku ra bakal mlete. Kowe aja sumerang, tresnoku ra bakal ilang. Ibarat koyo kudomu Jogja, kowe jan istimewa. Ibarat koyo kudomu Jogja, kowe jan istimewa.
Lukakan dirimu yang pernah menyakiti aku. Kau kecewakan aku, tapi ku maafkan salahmu. Amin. Kini berganti kisah, ku menyakiti dirimu. Tapi apa yang terjadi? Kau meninggalkanku. Izinkan aku untuk terakhir kalinya semalam saja bersamamu, mengenang asmara kita. Dan aku pun berharap semoga kita tak berpisah, dan kau maafkan kesalahan yang pernah ku buat. Ingatkah kan dirimu yang pernah menyakiti aku? Oh, kau kecewakan aku, tapi ku maafkan salahmu. Oh, kini berganti kisah, ku menyakiti dirimu. Tapi apa yang terjadi? Kau meninggalkanku. Izinkan aku untuk terakhir kalinya semalam saja bersamamu, mengenang asmara kita. Dan aku pun berharap Ingatkah kan dirimu yang pernah menyakiti aku? Oh, kau kecewakan aku, tapi ku maafkan salahmu. Oh, kini berganti kisah, ku menyakiti dirimu. Tapi apa yang terjadi? Kau meninggalkan ku, izinkan aku untuk terakhir kalinya semalam saja bersamamu, mengenang asmara kita. Dan aku pun berharap semoga kita tak ber
Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Kampus terpadu yang terletak di Kasihan, Bantul, Yogyakarta adalah salah satu instansi pendidikan di Indonesia yang memiliki tujuan ikhtiar menuju sehat. Sebuah tekad yang bulat untuk menjamin kesehatan sivitasnya di tengah badai pandemi COVID-19. Dengan membentuk Incident Common System UMY atau ICS-UMY. ICS sendiri diresmikan pada 31 Maret 2020 oleh Rektor UMY. Meningkatnya kasus COVID-19 di Yogyakarta membuat UMY berinisiatif menyediakan shelter COVID yang bertempat di Unires Putra. Asrama yang dialihfungsikan ini digunakan sebagai wisma atau hunian bagi pasien yang positif terpapar COVID-19. Baik bagi sivitas akademika maupun masyarakat umum dengan kapasitas maksimum 70 orang. Shelter COVID yang dikelola oleh ICS UMY memberi fasilitas penuh bagi pasien, seperti konsultasi dan kunjungan dokter, perawat jaga selama 24 jam, kebutuhan obat sesuai dengan kondisi medis, konsumsi makanan sehat dan bergizi 3 kali sehari, senam rutin yang diadakan setiap pagi, dan pengecekan kesehatan pasien yang dilakukan setiap hari. ICS UMY juga menyediakan telemedicine atau hotline COVID-19 sebagai sarana bagi sivitas akademika yang mengalami keluhan terkait kesehatan atau konsultasi seputar pengobatan. Saat terkonfirmasi positif COVID-19. Tidak hanya sampai di situ, ICS UMY juga bekerja sama dengan Biro Umum dan K3L untuk melakukan penyemprotan disinfektan di ruangan kelas usai digunakan atau penyemprotan disinfektan di sportorium sebelum dan sesudah upacara wisuda berlangsung. Guna tetap menjalankan misi ikhtiar menuju sehat, ICS UMY juga bekerja sama dengan mahasiswa guna membentuk tim relawan yang membantu jalannya screening suhu seluruh pengunjung yang memasuki kampus terpadu UMY. Serta berlangsungnya vaksinasi primer dan booster secara gratis bagi sivitas akademika dan masyarakat sekitar secara drive-thru guna membantu meningkatkan imun serta mencegah penyebaran COVID-19 di Indonesia, khususnya Yogyakarta. Semenjak terbentuknya ICS UMY sebagai garda terdepan dalam penanganan COVID-19 di UMY, setiap sivitas yang terpapar oleh COVID-19 mendapat pelayanan kesehatan yang maksimal. Bahkan bingkisan sembako atau buah-buahan dibagikan secara cuma-cuma sebagai bentuk komitmen kampus untuk menjaga kesehatan sivitasnya. Semoga kedepannya ICS UMY dapat terus memberi pelayanan kesehatan yang maksimal bagi sivitas akademika muda mendunia.
Indonesia, the largest archipelagic country with abundant natural resources, the land of paradise with thousands of tribes and local languages. Yogyakarta is a gateway to Indonesia's natural beauty and exoticism, with breathtaking views and unique philosophical cultures. It is a city where people carve indelible memories. Welcome to Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Since 1981, we have flourished and innovated to serve the community. We are a young university, but our achievements are remarkable. We elevate our university and support our student and teaching staff to achieve their goals through research, innovation, and creativity. The COVID-19 pandemic does not cease our path.
It's eerily desolate. This is ground zero for the illness.
It has been our responsibility to adapt and to innovate. Upholding three principles of higher education, we are certainly welcome the new era to develop Indonesia and enlighten the universe. Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Muda mendunia. This is Indonesia, the largest archipelagic country with abundant natural resources, the land of paradise with thousands of tribes and local languages. Yogyakarta is a gateway to Indonesia's natural beauty and exoticism, with breathtaking views and unique philosophical cultures. It is a city where people carve indelible memories. Welcome to Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Since 1981, we have flourished and innovated to serve the community. We are a young university, but our achievements are remarkable. We elevate our university and support our student and teaching staff to achieve their goals through research, innovation, and creativity. The COVID-19 pandemic does not cease our path.
Eerily desolate. This is ground zero for the illness.
It has been our responsibility to adapt and to innovate. upholding three principles of higher education, we certainly welcome the new era to develop Indonesia and enlighten the universe. Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, muda mendunia.
Of the 6th International Conference on Sustainable Innovation 2022 is about to begin. Therefore, we would like to kindly remind participants to please activate and adjust your video camera in a proper position and keep your audio feature inactive during the conference or deactivate the microphone feature on your devices. To handle the opening ceremony of the 6th ICoSI 2022, we are pleased to welcome our Master of Ceremony, Dr. Emir Gemilang Jayaringga and Santi Zaidan.
The Excellency, Chairman of Board of Trustees of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Dr. Agung Danarto MAG, The Excellency, Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Professor Dr. Insinyur Gunawan Budianto, MP IPM,
The Excellency, Vice Rector for Academic Affairs of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Professor Dr. Insinyur Sukamta, MT IPM, The Excellency, Vice Rector for Human Resources, Professor Dr. Nano Prawoto, SEMSI.
The Excellency, Vice Rector for Financial Resources and Assets, Dr. Suryo Pratolo, MSc, AKCA AAPA. The Excellency, Vice Rector for Student Affairs, Alumni, and Al-Islam Kemuhammadiyahan, Mr. Faris Al-Fadat, SIP, MA, PhD. The Excellency, Vice Rector for Cooperation and International Affairs, Professor Dr. Ahmad Numandi, MSc.
The Excellency, Professor Insinyur Teuku Faisal Fatani, PhD, IPU, Acting Director, Technology and Community Service Ministry of Education and Research of Republic of Indonesia. The Excellency, Professor Pam Fredman, President of International Association of University French. The Excellency, Dr. Rahman Rustam from Bio Farma, Indonesia.
The Excellency, Steering Committee of the 6th ICoSI 2022, Professor Dr. Diah Mutiarin, SIP, MSI. The Excellency, the Chairpersons of Organizing Committee of the 6th ICoSI 2022, Mr. Zuhud Rozaki, PhD. The Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Peace be upon you. First and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to praise the Almighty God, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the most glorified and the most high for His grace and mercies, for enabling us to meet virtually on this conference in a very good health and condition, although we are still in the middle of pandemic.
In addition, may peace and salutation always be upon to the Prophet of Islam, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Peace be upon him, because of his guidance has brought us from the distraction to the light of Islam.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we are delighted to welcome you all to the opening ceremony of the
6th International Conference on Sustainable Innovations 2022.
May I have your very big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Our main theme in this conference is optimizing global benefit for future well-being. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is trying to play a role as a vehicle of showcasing scientific works from all around the world, not only from researchers, lecturers, government officers, students, and all parties with the same interest.
And this year, ICoSI committee received more than 1,300 abstracts, more than 1,000 papers, and almost 1,000 video presentations from 30 countries, including Australia, France, Hong Kong, India, Iran, Iraq, Japan, Jordan, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, Netherlands, Pakistan, Peru, Philippines, Poland, Russia, Singapore, South Africa, Spain, Sweden, Taiwan, Thailand, Philippines, Turkey, United Arab Emirates, United States of America, United Kingdom, Ukraine, and Uzbekistan. And we also have 21 co-hosts from university and partners from around the world.
Ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests, in this conference, we also have our keynote speakers. The first is Professor Insinyur Teuku Faisal Fatani, PhD, IPU, Acting Director Technology and Community Service, Ministry of Education and Research of Republic of Indonesia. We also have our keynote speakers, Professor Pam Fredman, as President of International Association of University, France, Dr. Rahman Rustam from Bio Farma Indonesia, and last but not least, our keynote speaker is Professor Dr. Gunawan Budianto from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Indonesia.
Before we move any further, allows us to read our today's agenda. First, we begin with the opening, recitations of the Holy Quran, singing Indonesian anthem, and followed by Sang Surya and Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta anthem, remarks and speeches, keynote speech, and the last but not least, closing.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us now begin the opening ceremony by reciting Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful.
The recitations of the Holy Quran, Surah Al-Mujadalah, verses 11 to 12, that will be presented by Brother Muhammad Zainuddin Amri. Muhammad Zainuddin Amri is the second year of Islamic Communication and Broadcasting Studies of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. And he also winning multiple-time national champion of Quran recitation competition. Without further ado, please help me welcome Brother Muhammad Zainuddin Amri.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillah الذين آمنوا إذا قيل لكم تفسحوا في المجالس إذا قيل لكم تفسحوا في المجالس فافسحوا يفسح الله لكم وإذا قيل انشزوا فانشزوا يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم والذين أوتوا العلم درجات والله بما تعملون خبير يا أيها الذين آمنوا إذا ناجيتم الرسول إذا ناجيتم الرسول فقدموا بين يدي نجواكم صدقة ذلك خير لكم وأطهر فإن لم تجدوا فإن الله غفور رحيم فإن لم تجدوا فإن الله غفور رحيم صدق الله العظيم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته
Distinguished guests, for a brief moment, we would like to invite everyone to stand and sing the national anthem of Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, and will be followed by Sang Surya and Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta anthem. May all we rise.
Sang Surya, created by Kiai Haji Jarnawi Hadikusumo.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta anthem created by Agus Kurnia Wibowo. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated.
The Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now let us hear some remarks and speeches from our Excellencies. First of all, we would like to invite the chairpersons of the 6th ICoSI 2022 to deliver his speech. To Mr. Zuhud Rozaki, PhD, please welcome.
Speakers, guests, and participants, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, let thanks to Allah for His mercy and blessing, so we can come here, we can join for this international conference on sustainable innovation 2022. And then sholawat and salam always go to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Ladies and gentlemen, International Conference on Sustainable Innovation or ICoSI 2022 this year become the 6th. So actually this conference already held by Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta every year, and then this year become the 6th, and it proved that the participant, author, and presenter that submitted their work and present their work, their research, and their study in this conference still in high number, which is we receive more than 1,000 abstract or 1,000 papers presenter in this conference. And then in this conference, actually we do have 13 focal conferences that participate and contribute for their hard work, so we can collect those high number of papers, which is they are International Conference on Pharmaceutical Updates, International Conference on Nursing, International Conference of Medical and Health Science, Dental Research Exhibition and Meeting, International Conference on Sustainable Agriculture, International Conference on Information Technology, Advanced Mechanical and Electrical Engineering, International Symposium of Civil, Environmental and Infrastructure Engineering, International Conference on Management Science, ASEAN Conference on Comparative Laws, International Symposium on Social, Humanities, Education and Religious Studies, International Conference on Arabic Language, Literature, and Education, International Conference on Agribusiness and Rural Development, International Conference on Accounting and Finance. This year, ICoSI bring topic with optimizing global benefit for future well-being. Technologies are growing fast, and through this kind of conference, which is ICoSI 2022, we hope that we as lecturer, scientists, students, and practitioners who participate in this conference can contribute much to the future well-being, to the human life, human welfare. And then here, I am, as the chairperson of ICoSI 2022, would like to deliver big gratitude to all committees, to all organizers, and all partners and parties that support this ICoSI 2022. So this ICoSI 2022 can be held successfully this day and tomorrow. So please enjoy and show your amazing idea through this conference. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in this special conference, it is our honor to have our rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta to deliver his speech, and will also officially open today's agenda to Professor Dr. Insinyur Gunawan Budianto, MP IPM. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Raditu billahi rabba wa bil islami dinna wa Muhammadiyah wa rasulah. Rabbi jidni ilma warzuqni fahma. The Honorable Distinguished Keynote Speaker of the 6th International Conference on Sustainable Innovation, colleagues and leaders from partner universities and organizations, scholars, experts, governments, agencies, and all stakeholders present at this international conference. First of all, let us offer our gratitude to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. There is no God but Him. Allah give us guidance, merit, and spirit so that we could gather together in this event. Salawat and salam are constantly being praised to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the messenger of Allah, the leader and the role model and the best practices of humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, I would personally express my sincere gratitude for your participation. Thank you very much. Due to your support, we could finally begin the annual international conference, the flagship of the academic event of the Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, the 6th International Conference on Sustainable Innovation. ICoSI 2022 this year brings up 13 focal conference together in this two-days event. Our university, indeed, has committed to holding this event yearly since its success in 2012. Even though the outbreak in Indonesia is declining, we believe that conducting such massive event with massive number of participants from all over the world will be wiser if done this way. Thus, I am thrilled that despite all the constraints, ICoSI 2022 received as many as 1,200 abstracts and more than 1,100 presenters present today at our conference. Again, I would like to thank you all. This event is indeed proposed primarily as the pool of academia. In fact, the thousands of papers submitted present diverse thought-provoking ideas. We receive papers from almost all disciplines of study, including medicine, health, agriculture, agribusiness, nursing, science, electrical engineering, computer science, mechanical engineering, communication science, political science, law, education, international relations, economic, accounting, and religion studies. The diversity of this massive number of papers shows that many things need to be done in all aspects of our lives as the conference optimizing global benefit for future well-being. Ladies and gentlemen, ICoSI 2022 wants to emphasize on togetherness and cohesion of science. Scientists from different fields must go hand in hand and are supported sufficiently. The challenges of future well-being can only be reached if all works together. Natural or 6th science researcher must work together with social science. We cannot take aside the importance of social sciences from the exact or natural sciences. We hope that the papers presented would end beyond just publication. We hope that all these ideas would come out as a prototype, applied tool, framework, guidelines, or at least international evidence-based policy making. In addition, ICoSI 2022 is always a good platform for improving professional network and building a partnership, mainly in education and research. The event has just begun, but we still have the responsibility with the paper and publication. I want to thank the committee for all the faithful hard work so far, and please keep on giving the best service to our partners, speakers, and participants. Ladies and gentlemen, by reciting Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I declare that this 6th International Conference on Sustainable Innovation can be started. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Please remain on stage. Rector Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Once again, inviting our Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta to open the official of the conference on stage. Inviting once again to our Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta to going back to the stage to open the ceremony. Also inviting.
We will also invite the Excellency Secretary of Board of Trustees of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Dr. Randos Haji Sahari, the Excellency Vice Rector for Academic Affairs of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Professor Dr. Insinyur Sukamta MT IPM, the Excellency Steering Committee, Professor Dr. Dia Mutiarin SIP MSI, and the last but not least, the Excellency Chairpersons of Organizing Committee of the 6th ICoSI 2022, Mr. Zuhud Rozaki PhD, to accompany the Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta to officially open the agenda by putting the 6th ICoSI 2022 puzzle together.
Let's give very big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. The 6th ICoSI 2022 puzzle now is officially open.
Once again, give a round of applause to all of us.
Yes. The puzzle of ICoSI 2022 is already set, and we will have photo session inviting Vice Rector for Cooperation and International Affairs, Professor Dr. Ahmad Nurmandi, MSc, to join us. And having photo session together. We'll have the photo session in 2 times. The first one is formal one, and then let's have another pose. Professor, make another pose, maybe the freestyle. 1, 2, 3. Yay! Another one. Let's have another pose and put the very big smile on our face. Look at the camera. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, Excellencies may have a seat. Distinguished guests, we still have another photo session inviting Board of Trustees Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Profesor Dr. Syamsul Anwar, Dr. Andes Haji Sukirman, Profesor Dr. Munzirin Yusuf MSI, Insinyur Haji Nafi Ananda Utama MS. Inviting Board of Trustees Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta to have a photo session. Open mask is allowed, Excellencies. Okay, once again, look at the camera and put a very big smile. 1, 2, 3. Yay! And another one, another pose. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Thank you. Excellencies may have a seat.
And the last photo sessions, we would like to invite our Deans of Faculty. First of all, the Dean of Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, the Dean of Faculty of Law, the Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, the Dean of Faculty of Medicines and Health Sciences, the Dean of Faculty Language Education, and the last but not least, Mrs. Yeni Rosilawati, PhD, as a former the head of ICoSI 2021. To all of our Dean, maybe you are allowed to have a free mass photo session. All right. So this photo session will be divided into 2 categories. First, the formal one, and the second is the freestyle one. Okay, are you ready? Let's take a picture. 3, 2, 1. Okay, now it is a freestyle. Have a big smile. 3, 2, 1.
Sarangi style, sarangi.
Sarangi. Oh. All right, thank you so much to our Dean and also the former head of ICoSI 2021 for the photo session.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, by the opening ceremony of the 6th ICoSI 2022 is already officially open. Now we are moving to our core agenda, that is hearing keynote speeches that will be moderated by Mr. Idam Badruzaman. Before we passing on to our moderator, let us read his glimpse of profile.
Mr. Idam Badruzaman is a lecturer in International Relations Department, Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. He obtained his bachelor's degree in International Relations at Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Indonesia. As for his master's degree, he earned it from Universidad Jaume I Castellón de la Plana, Spain. And finally, he completed his PhD at Universidad Autónoma de Madrid, Spain. His interests in research include international relations, identity, peace and conflict studies, and the locals. Badr Zaman publications include From Peace to Peace, the impact of the local participation in the contemporary global concept of peace building, Lesson from Indonesia and Mozambique, Sociologia y Tecnociencia Journal in 2021. ASEAN Way in Korean Peninsula Peace Building, International Journal of Peace and Security Studies in 2020. Para Diplomacy Management and Local Political Movement in Aceh, Indonesia, and Catalonia, Spain, a European Journal of East Asian Studies in 2019. And Collective Memory in Advocating Peace, the Nanjing Incident as a Case Study, Comparative Literature and Culture Journal in 2018. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please help us welcome Mr. Idam Badruzaman.
Sesuai kan ya? Saya bener ya.
Cek. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, it was such a fancy and spectacular grand opening, and I'm honored to be here to be part of the grand opening of the International Conference on Sustainable Innovation, the 6th. And I think for a moment, I see that the sustainable here is actually quite relevant with what we have right now. The 6th International Conference on Sustainable Innovation is actually shows how sustainable is the effort of our university to continue improving the academic improvement in our university. Ladies and gentlemen, today here on stage we have Professor Dr. Gunawan Budianto, MP IPM, the Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, and also one of the keynote speakers in this grand opening. And we also have on screen, we have Professor Insinyur Tuku Faisal Fatani, PhD, IPU, as an acting director of Research, Technology and Community Service, Ministry of Education and Research in Indonesia. And then we also have Pam Fredman, Professor Pam Fredman, the President of International Association of Universities, Paris, France. And then last but not least, we have Dr. Muhammad Rahman Rustan, SSI MBA, as a Director Operation of Bio Farma Indonesia. Welcome to you all. Thank you for being with us today. And now, to begin with, I would like to give a time for Professor Insinyur Tuku Faisal Fatani as the first speaker. And each speaker will have 20 minutes to deliver the material. Now, I would like, before begin, I would like to give a brief summary of Professor Insinyur Tuku Faisal Fatani as an acting director of the research. Professor Tuku Faisal obtained his bachelor degree in engineering, civil engineering in Universitas Gadjah Mada in 1998, and then later also obtained his master degree in geotechnical engineering in Universitas Gadjah Mada in 2001. And then finally, he obtained his doctoral degree in philosophy in technological and geotechnical and sabo engineering in Tokyo University of Agriculture and Technology in Japan in 2005. And then also he had an opportunity to do a postdoctoral fellowship in the University of Ehime and then the University of Iowa, USA in 2014. Well, without further ado, we would like to give an opportunity for him to deliver his material. Let's welcome Professor Insinyur Tuku Faisal Fatani, PhD.
Good afternoon, good day to all of the participants. The Honorable Board of Trustees, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, the Honorable Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, I just met him yesterday, the Steering Committee, the Organizing Committee of International Conference on Sustainable Innovation, keynote speakers, invited speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Minister of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, I would like to express our highest appreciation to the Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta and all partners for holding the International Consortium on Sustainable Innovation today in order to provide a high-quality academic platform for multidisciplinary scholars to explore different perspectives on the application of up-to-date research findings and insight into various fields of sciences. I would also like to warmly welcome and congratulate invited professors and speakers, and all of the conference participants from Indonesia and abroad. Please allow me to share my presentation. Sorry. Can everyone see my slide here?
Yes, we can.
So thank you. On behalf of the Directorate General of Higher Education, Research and Technology, I would like to present the transformation on higher education, nurturing creative and competitive human capital for sustainable innovation. So first, I would like to discuss about where is our country position now, Indonesia position, that at this moment, in 2022, we are still struggling in upper middle income economic country. And hopefully in 2045, as our vision, we are going to reach the high income country. In order to do that, we need to improve, as you may see, the innovation driven, business sophistication, and also research and development innovation. And the most important thing in order to escape from middle income economy trap. So we have 4 pillars of transformation. The first one is to escape from middle income economy trap. The second one is to improve the competitiveness index and fulfill people expectation as the role of university to support the sustainable development in our country, and then to improve university competitiveness. So there are 4 strategies to do that by pushing on the innovation-driven economy, boosting the innovation, agent of economic development, and also increase the international publication. And at the end of the day, we try to improve the competitiveness and welfare of community and the nation. So the theme of this international conference is very strongly related with the 4 pillars of transformation in higher education. And then let's see the national challenges nowadays. The first one is we have a big problem in social transformation and democratization. There is still the gaps, and then poverty, healthcare, education access, problem in basic needs, and also the import dependency. And the bad news that our Human Development Index is below the global average. So that's a problem. Then by doing this conference and have a strong or intensive discussion with all stakeholders, we hope that the higher education institution could be the spring for the development of the nation. This is the Indonesian Vision 2045. We hope the Indonesia citizens that are excellent, cultured, and master in science and technology, with progressive and sustainable economic development, inclusive and equitable development, and also we have a democratic, powerful, and virtuous countries. And of course, we try to reach as the 4th largest GDP in the world. As higher education, we have 3 pillars, as we know, with the name of Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi. So by doing the research, we will have or produce the innovation, invention, science, tech, art, and culture, and we try to implement all of that in community services. And in this process, we involve the education in order to create leaders and human capital entrepreneurs. So the significant roles of higher education are the first one is the engine for sustainable growth, to create a creative and competitive human capital, and as the backbone of the innovation. There are more than 4,500 higher education institutions in Indonesia, 2,000 under the supervision of Higher Education Directorate, around 1,000 are the vocational school, and the others are from other ministries. We have nearly 9 million students with 320,000 lecturers, the new data we have. So there is a big modality here in order to push the innovation, sustainable innovation in our country. in order to support the sustainable development and the SDGs. Let's see the impact of Industrial Revolution 4.0. In Indonesia, 20 million jobs will be replaced by automation until 2030. And then more than 40 million jobs can be created, with 10 million of which we never existed before. And then our task is, our challenges is to prepare a new competency and skills to have our students or our alumni is more adaptive, as agile learners, self-directed entrepreneurs, could solve all of the complex problems, have a good modality in digital literacy, with multidisciplinary approach and also global citizenship. There is still the problem, there is a silo between what is going on in higher education or university with its education program and also research with the working world, industry, private sectors. So we need to connect the link, and then we try to solve the silo. The competency taught at school or university should meet the needs of the professional world, and there should not be any missing link between the competency taught at university and the need of the professional world. Maybe most of us were graduated by the approach of narrow perspective. So if we register in one study program, we will stay there in the class, in laboratory, and we just focusing on one particular study program. But in fact, there is no job that only need one aspect or one discipline. Yeah, it takes maybe 2, 3 multidisciplines to solve the problem there. So now we have a new transformation by introducing Campus Merdeka or Emancipated Campus, Freedom Learning, to be more flexible and full meaning of learning. So students have the opportunity to take 1 semester equal to 20 credit semester in other study program, and also 2 semester in experiential learning in the private sectors, industry, in the government, and international organization, community, everywhere. So because each student has his or her own potential, aspiration, and passion, so they have a freedom to choose their best pathway to develop their potential through flexible learning. And also, the ministry changed the higher education key performance indicators by this 8.1. So we can see for graduates quality, the graduates able to find decent job, and also the student obtain off-campus experience, which is very important. And for high quality lectures and tutors, the first one, the lecturer have to need to have the experience and activity outside their university, and also we could invite the practitioners teach in the campus. Number 5 is very important, that lectures innovation together with the student are utilized by the community and recognized internationally. In terms of curriculum quality, we push all of the study program to apply for international standard, and then having the collaborative and participative class, and also collaboration between study program with international level partners. And the MBKM, Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka or Emancipated Learning Freedom Campus, we have 9 different programs. Last year, 2021, more than 80,000 students involved in these 8 programs or 9 programs. And this year, hopefully more than 100,000 students will experience in student exchange all over the world, internship program, teaching assistant education unit, research together with their lecturer, and then community services program, independent project, entrepreneurial activities, and humanitarian project. Long before this new transformation, yes, we understand or we know about this each program, but now we have a more structure and also comparing the activities with credit semester also in the university. And for strengthening the research and community services, we have 4 direction now. The first one is to improve the research relevance in community services. The second one to improve the research human resources, and then to improve the research and publication quality, and finally to improve the research and community services collaborations. So without number 1, 2, and 3, it's very difficult to collaborate with other stakeholders. So it's very important to improve the research, the quality of the lecturers, and also the quality of research and publication. There are a lot of topics and products of flagships as the national priority research. So we have, for example, 9 flagship national priority research teams, starting from food, energy, transportation, health, engineering, security, defense, maritime, social humanity, and interdisciplinary. And the ministry supports the activities, research activities, and collaboration as long as it is in line with the national research priorities. 2017 to 2045. So we have 9 focus here: food, energy, health, medicine, transportation, engineering products, defense and security, maritime, social humanity, and other research field. And from these 9 focus, and then we mix it again, and then finally we have 5 priorities for the higher education program. The first one is green economy, sustainability, climate change, energy, agriculture, etc. And then blue economy for maritime, marine, fishery, tourism, technology, and medical service devices, and also digital technology or digital transformation. So these 5 main focus will be supported by the Directorate General of Higher Education in terms of competitive fund, matching fund, Federeka, and any others funding, possible funding. So in order to do that, of course, we need a strong support from science, technology, engineering, and mathematics here. So there's another problem as well. In Singapore, for example, or in France, more than 2% of GDP is going to research and development. In Malaysia, it's 1.3% of GDP going to research and development, but in Indonesia, it's just 0.1% of GDP goes to research and development. Other things is, in Thailand and also in France, more than 70% of the research and development funding come from the business or private sector. Yeah. And then in Vietnam and Singapore, more than 60% of the budget for research and development are coming from private sectors, but in Indonesia it's only 26%, where 39% coming from the central government and 35% coming from the university, from student tuition fee. So here we can see that we need to invite the private sectors, the industry, to take part in supporting the research and development in Indonesia in order to reach the sustainable innovation here. So that's why we have several programs for that. And many university, big university actually, usually they have the front face of their innovation product by introducing the science and technopark. In many universities have this one. So it is the place where the stakeholders, the industry, private sectors, and any other partners could come and then discuss what kind of innovation in the university that can be used for improvement of their products. Yeah. And then once we decide the research teams or focus, very important that it is not the time to decide the focus that what we can or what we like. We need to consider 4 main foundations. The first one, what is the society needs? The second one, what is the needs of industry? The third one is, what is the research agenda of the government and also the campus research agenda? By this, combining these 4 different foundations, and then we can select the best team or best focus for the research in particular university. So in that way, we try to solve the silo between the business process in the industry and also the university research, education, learning method, and curricula. So in that way, we have several programs we call it PKKM, or Performance Incentive for Key Performance Indicators, and then matching funds for university and industry partnership. So every $1 coming from the industry will be matched by $1 from the ministry. So this year we have nearly 1 trillion rupiah, or 1,000 billion rupiah. So, but that's the budget from the ministry, and then the industry would like to match nearly 5 trillion rupiah. So 5 times bigger than what we have to be matched now. And also we have 4 competitive fund with Kampus Merdeka, and also the others with the MBKM, or Emancipated Learning Freedom Campus. But nowadays is nearly 2 trillion rupiah with more than 100,000 students involved in this program. So we have two schemes of research, like competitive fund and matching fund is not important. And also we try to introduce the investment and also collaboration opportunities between Indonesian university or higher education in other university abroad. By introducing the world-class university, we have this program at this moment, and then micro-credential, online learning development during and post-COVID-19, joint research and publication, curriculum development, student and staff exchange, internship in industry, scholarship, sabbatical leave for professor, and also university consortium. And opportunity for internalization of higher education, we could apply also for credit transfer, joint degree or dual degree, branch campus, micro-credential, massive open online courses of distance system learning, and also joint research. And the Directorate General of Higher Education also create a gallery of all online courses being offered in Indonesia. In Spada Dikti, you can search thousands of courses material there. And then we introduce also flexible learning by MBKM program, and then introduce the micro-credential and digital badge, and also transferable credit earning or transfer scheme. So then for research collaboration, this is my last slide. So we have several research collaboration. As long as this collaboration is G2G, then the government will strongly support. Yeah. We have 2 kinds of collaboration. The first one is bilateral joint funding programs. For example, Newton Fund in UK, and then NWO with the Netherlands, and also Nusantara with France. And also we have multilateral joint funding program. We support the ASEA program with Japan and Southeast Asian countries, and also with Southeast Asian and European Union program for multilateral joint funding program. So as long as the collaboration is G2G, government to government, and of course the central government will strongly support the research collaboration. So I think that's all what I can explain, and I'm sorry that in half an hour I need to board the aircraft, so sorry I cannot join the discussion session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause for Professor Insinyur Tuku Faisal. I think, thank you very much, sir, for your well-explained and very comprehensive explanation. And I can see that we have actually brilliant agendas in the Ministry of Education. And I can see also that the pandemic did not stop what has been achieved in 2045. What we all want to get there, want to be the gold era of Indonesia. And I think what we can see from the presentations, that we want to achieve we want to escape from the trap of the middle income country. Okay, well explained, and let's move on to the next keynote speaker, and Professor Dr. Pam Fredman. And hello there. I think it's a morning in France by now.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for being with us, Professor Dr. Pam Fredman. Before we give the time to you, I would like to read your brief profile. Professor Dr. Pam Fredman was the university rector in the Gothenburg, Sweden, from 2006 until 2017. She is a professor of neurochemistry and has held several leading positions within the university. For example, as a dean of the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Gothenburg, the Sahlgrenska Academy. Pam Fredman was the head of the university and its principal representatives. Over the years, she has been active in a large number of scientific and scholarly contexts. Pam Fredman has, for example, been of engineering sciences. Since 2016, Professor Dr. Pam Fredman is the president of the International Association of Universities. Now, let's welcome Professor Dr. Pam Fredman.
Thank you very much for this nice introduction. So, as the president for the International Association of Universities, I would like, first of all, to thank the organizers for inviting me to give a keynote at this conference, and with a theme that is of concern for all and in all parts of the world. In order to foster a healthier planet and to preserve it for the future generations, cooperation and co-creation among stakeholders in academia, the public and the private sector, and civic society is crucial. And that is crucial for optimizing the global benefit for future well-being, to reach the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and to realize the Agenda 2030. A sustainable future for the people and the planet requires trans and interdisciplinarity and must encompass and connect economic, cultural, ecological, and societal perspectives. Universities are key actors in all societies worldwide. They provide the knowledge, skills, and competencies through research and educations of relevance for the local, but also for the global. So in this presentation, I will use the higher education as the collecting word for education and research and higher education institutions for the universities and similar higher education providers, as this differs in various parts of the world. It is important to know that the World Higher Education Database, the WED, there is almost 20,000 accredited higher education institutions in 196 countries and territories. The database is IAU, International Association of Universities, a collaboration with UNESCO. And it's a unique online reference portal, globally recognized as an official source of information and very often used by governments. I bring this to attention as we often forget that all societies anywhere in the world needs access to good quality higher educations to equip each society to optimize global benefit for future well-being. Top-ranked universities cannot fulfill these enormous requirements, but they are, of course, key actors in being there for developing the global higher education ecosystem. So the International Association of Universities, IAU, is the global network of higher education institutions and higher education organizations. It was inaugurated by UNESCO 72 years ago on the initiative of university leaders from around the world to jointly promote and advocate for a better world. The IAU was called into life to generate a strong and constructive global voice of the sector to the sector and to international intergovernmental organizations. And we in particular are acting to UN and to the UNESCO. So what will IAU do? IAU works through various functions and set of activities to facilitate and support the development of higher education, sharing and exchange of knowledge within the sector and with society at large. Cooperation and co-creation, which is the topic for this meeting, within the sector and also with society stakeholders including the civic society, is guiding the work of the IAU. And we have 4 priorities. I mentioned them shortly. It's leadership to promote value-based leadership in higher education. It's internationalization for inclusive, fair, and ethical internationalization of higher education. It's sustainable development, which has been on the agenda since the 90s and been on the most important topics. And that is to integrate sustainable development into the higher education strategies, collecting experience and showcases for higher education for sustainable development. And in 2018, we created a global cluster of higher education institutions working together, collecting information and sharing. And we have been very active in the UN high-level political forum meetings, and we are constantly acting together with UNESCO. And the 4th is, of course, technology, the digital transformation, which was also mentioned before, and that is digital transformation within the universities and higher education institutions, but also the digital transformation in society at large. The overarching theme of the upcoming IAU conference 2022 in October is the relevance and value of universities to future society. And this is connecting, I would say, to the theme of this conference. So I will invite you to go to the website for more information about that conference, but also to get more information on what we are doing at the IAU. You can take part of publications, surveys, and all kind of seminars that we have jointly promoted. And finally, when it comes to a membership organization, the voice of us being the global voice for higher education, IAU needs its members and its members' activities and actions. So I really would like to invite more universities, and we would like to have universities and higher education institutions from Indonesia being active and taking part in reaching out as a global voice for higher education. So please just go to the website of IAU and you will find more information. So I will now focus on international perspectives, initiatives, and challenges in higher education, and how a higher education and co-creation with other stakeholders contribute to developing the research and education grounds required to develop a better future. First, I would like to bring attention to the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic, which is in many parts of the world still ongoing, and the effect on the higher education worldwide. This is not the topic of this conference, but the effects on higher education of the pandemic have really highlighted shortcomings, but also opportunities in the higher education. Opportunities from lessons learned, and not at least the increased societal and governmental recognition of higher education in providing knowledge and competence. And we just heard that in the previous speech. The pandemic also exposed local and regional economic, societal, and ecological inequalities in preparedness and possibilities to meet the global challenges, which was also brought in the previous presentation, and the necessity of trans and interdisciplinarity, cooperation and co-creation, not only within the higher education sector, but also with higher education institutions and the societies. And I would like to mention that it's not just the private sector, it's also the public sector if we want to reach sustainability. And the work has to be of local relevance and global responsibility. Higher education institutions often are blamed to be resistant to change. However, during the pandemic, they did show societal response and propensity for change and not being ivory towers neglecting societal needs. The effect on higher education has been followed on national and regional levels, and IAU has performed 2 global surveys on the effect of the COVID pandemic, and the recent also more involving the regional higher education organizations. The second survey was more comprehensive and brought up various aspects of institutions, from governance to teaching and learning, from research to community and societal engagement, in order to get a broader picture of the effects of the pandemic on the higher education institutions worldwide. a picture that must be acknowledged in shaping the future of higher education and its role in societies. Among the shortcomings includes the unequal access to higher education around the world, the diverse preparedness to go online due to digital infrastructure and pedagogical and competence skills, socioeconomic inequality, closing and or reduced activities in research and education during the pandemic that would have a long-standing consequence for local and regional capacity in building a society at large. Gender inequality in research has been seen during the pandemic. Women taking a larger burden both in education and family care and other societal needs during the pandemic in particular. And with less productivity in research, they will have less funding. And finally, we will see dropouts maybe of young academics. An increased gender inequality within the academia will also affect the competence in the labor market. Half of the populations are women, and female role models are needed from preschool and all the way in the labor market. So it is important that higher education and public and private sector jointly advocate for and support the role of higher education as part of the whole education system. Teacher education, all levels, is provided with higher education institutions. To bring the awareness of the key role of education to a sustainable society development and well-being to policymakers and to politicians, and to encourage them to support education and higher education as a common good or public good. Shortcomings and inequality in financing of education and research. The cooperation between higher education institutions has increased during the pandemic, but mainly related to medicine and between the top-ranked higher education institutions in the West or West-East, but very little of South-North cooperation. So shortcomings in funding of research beyond the STEM area, beyond the technology area, will affect social science, humanities, and arts, which are also needed for human and societal well-being. And this was mentioned. I was impressed by the new campus medical program that you're having, and I really encourage to also bring them in social sciences and humanities and arts into these educational programs. It is important for higher education and private and public sector to jointly bring awareness to the funding agencies, policymakers, politicians of the relevance and the need of interdisciplinarity in all sectors, not at least in decision-making organizations and authorities. So the pandemic almost completely stopped international mobility, and that was also brought up in the previous speech. And after this pandemic, we will see a new rethinking of internationalization. And I would say that the rethinking of internationalization that started already before the pandemic, because we see a different mobility possibilities and also the need of interacting internationally beyond mobility. So international exchange and sharing of knowledge in research and education is and has always been a base for higher education and needs to be enhanced rather than diminished. International mobility cannot completely be replaced by digital interactions. We need international mobility to foster cultural understanding, respect and value of diversity to jointly save the planet for the future, to foster peace and democracy. Higher education, private and public sector can jointly promote and strengthen actions to support it. This is not contradictory to local engagement and cooperation between higher education and private and public sectors. Bringing in international researchers and students into joint cooperation projects will most likely increase the quality and the cultural experience. And this is already, I would say, being explored in many parts of the world, and there are already good examples to learn from. As the funding agencies tends to increasingly value the societal impact, including innovation, not just in technology area, but also social innovations, international exchange and cooperation will bring added value into those projects. National funding agencies and governments push for interdisciplinarity and sector cooperation in higher education, and in many countries around the world there are examples on how higher education institutions engages with the community. IAU has in various activities brought higher education institutions and organizations together to share experience, best practices and ideas on this. And there is no one model that fits all, depending on diversity in prerequisites, legal, cultural, economical, etc. But there is always lesson to be learned from each other and ideas to be shared. And from the surveys on the effect of the pandemic on higher education and institutions report, in many, but not all countries, there is an increased interest in the appreciation of higher education in providing knowledge and competence through research and education, and of higher education as part of the education ecosystem. Thus, there is a window of opportunity for higher education to be recognized as a public good for all societies to act for the global sustainable future. However, successful cooperation must build on mutual goals, respect and trust. And this includes respect for and trust in prerequisites, legal and economical, etc. And when it comes to the higher education, for higher education to fulfill that unique role they have in society, cooperations within the higher education sector and with societies at large must build on the basis of a set of fundamental principles and values for higher education and must be considered as an integral part. United Nations, the European Union and many national governments have officially declared the support for this. The fundamental principles, values and responsibilities of higher education as stated in, for example, Magna Carta Universitatum, the core values of international associations members and the wider higher education community includes academic freedom, freedom to design education curricula, choose research projects and to freely publish results, intellectual and moral autonomy, equity, equality in access, tolerance of divergent opinions, not at least, and cooperation to take the societal responsibility. Unfortunately, we do see increased pressures around the world and denial also of these values. No academic freedom and even restrictions and freedom to speak. In turn, higher education must take actions to really promote and advocate for these values and foster recognition and respect for these in the society at large. To invite to dialogues and showcasing the relevance for higher education societal role and the necessity of the values and principles in research and education. The importance of prerequisites for higher education to perform curiosity-based research, knowledge whose relevance for society and or innovation might be tomorrow, in 20 years or more from now, and maybe never, as well as applied research for the knowledge-based societal transformation. I would recognize that during the Nobel Prize ceremonies, we all see that the curiosity-based research is valued and their value in society and impact is maybe not there until 50 years later. So without decades of curiosity-based research, there would have not been a vaccine to COVID-19 on the market in a time frame never seen before. Without competence in societies, not just in medicine, but also in politics, authorities, healthcare systems, and societal behavior, we need all these competences to see vaccination progress and handling of the pandemic in the societies. And that's important for the implementation of actions. Competence through education is crucial for all societies to meet not only today's, but also tomorrow's needs of labor with the skills to be part of a labor market and society in constant change, to be the changing agents for a global well-being. Lifelong learning, the possibilities to acquire new and deeper knowledge and skills throughout the working life is important and need cooperation with society at large. So finally, with joint actions, respect, trust, and support for higher education will be the key actors in optimizing global benefit for future well-being. And IAU will take actions to support the global higher education community and also supporting the developing interaction with society at large. So thank you very much for being here. And also I wish you all luck for the future. And I think that the topic of this conference is very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause for Professor Pam Fredman. I think the topic was quite close to us, where the roles and responsibilities of the education institutions is quite high, and especially in the international perspectives. Now, before I go on to the next presenter or to the next keynote speaker, I would like to say thank you once again properly to Professor Insinyur Tuku Faisal. I wonder whether he's still here or already on the aircraft. Okay, he's already on the aircraft. All right then. Just want to say thank you once again for him for being with us today. Now let's go on to the next presenter, to the next keynote speaker. We have Dr. Muhammad Rahman Rustan as a Director Operational of Bio Farma. He graduated from Pajajaran University Bandung, majoring in pharmacies. Master of Business and Administration from Bandung Institute of Technology, and Doctoral of Strategic Management from DIM FEB Pajajaran University Bandung. He currently officiates as Operational Director of PT Bio Farma Holding, Vice Chairman OIC, Organization of Islamic Cooperation Vaccine Manufacturer Group. He also serves as the expert of PP Indonesian Pharmacies Associations. But he's also wrote a book entitled Toward Pharma 2030, Toward the Improvement of National Pharmaceutical Industry Competitiveness. Without further ado, let's welcome Bapak Dr. Rahman Rustan.
Thank you for your nice introduction. Honorable Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Professor Gunawan Budianto, Honorable Speakers, Professor Teguh Faisal Fatoni and Professor Pam Fredman. Nice to see you, dear Professor. And distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, we would like to express our gratitude to the Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta and highly appreciate to the committee for inviting Bio Farma Indonesia to this online international conference on sustainable innovation with the theme optimizing global benefit for future well-being. We believe this webinar is very useful to provide a high-quality academic platform for multidisciplinary scholars. Therefore, allow us to explore and deliver our perspective on quality, environment, and social innovation to support industry sustainability and future well-being from a health industry point of view. In this important occasion, it is our honor to share our perspective based on our experiences in facing the age of digital globalization, particularly in health industry. Entering the global business in digital era, there are several opportunities and challenges such as how to improve quality in life science product diversification, how to maintain and increase innovation in terms of environment and social aspects, which are impact to health industry strategies. The health industry, including pharma, should establish their strategy in a digital globalization era to optimize the benefit from all challenges and opportunities. Innovation and collaboration are the important strategies for increasing the pharma industry competitive advantage. The industry needs to implement integrated management system, which include quality, social or community development, and environment management system. The integrated management system implemented in the company, starting with a quality management system, which is included WHO or a World Health Organization standard for GLP, good laboratory practice, GCP, good clinical practice, GMP, good manufacturing practice, GDP, good distribution practice, pharmacovigilance, and especially in Indonesia, industry need to fulfill halal assurance system for their product, process, and facilities. Environment management system as well as energy management system are covered in ISO 14001, combined with community development referred to ISO 26000, while safety management system and occupational health management system are referred to ISO 45001. Biopharma is a biotechnology manufacturer in Indonesia focused on vaccine production for human health. The company belongs to the Indonesian government as a state-owned enterprise. Biopharma responsibility is supporting the Ministry of Health to fulfill the national immunization program. The excess capacity of vaccine production could distribute to other countries to support the global immunization program as Indonesia contribution for global human health and well-being. Since Biopharma implements the integrated management system, vaccines manufactured by Biopharma have been pre-qualified by WHO. If we take a look here at this slide, starting in 1997, the oral polio vaccines and measles produced by Biopharma has been recognized by WHO, followed by other bacterial vaccines such as diphtheria, tetanus, pertussis, HIV, also hepatitis B, combined vaccines such as DTP-HB, TD, and pentavalent vaccines. The total production capacity of Biopharma vaccines are about 3 billion doses. Therefore, Biopharma could distribute the product to more than 150 countries around the globe, mostly through UN agency to support other countries, especially emerging countries, for their immunization program and involved in a global health security program. The one novel vaccine has been listed under WHO emergency use is novel oral polio vaccines type 2, used to address the rising cases of a vaccine-derived polio strain in Africa and East Mediterranean countries. The emergency use listing is the first of its kind for a vaccine and paves the way for potential listing of COVID-19 vaccines. To be sustained in its contribution, innovation needs to be maintained and increased. Several new products, such as diagnostic kits and vaccines, are launched and developed to combat pandemic and other communicable disease. Enterprise sustainability management is including enterprise risk management, supply chain assurance, zero accidents, life cycle assessment, compiling data analysis of energy and sustainability report. The integrated management system implemented by the company are in line to sustainable development goals. During pandemic, we realized that self-reliance on production and availability for vaccines, medicines, as well as kit diagnostics are very important and become a highest top priority for the country to be achieved. Otherwise, the pandemic will be hard to be handled. We launched some innovative kit diagnostic for kit real-time PCR for COVID-19 detection using swab method, followed by sustained innovation products using gargling method, which is more comfortable for people to use, particularly to elderly and children. These products are convenient and environmental friendly. Collaboration needs to be strengthened to speed up the time to market of products. I do agree with Professor Teku Faisal Fatoni mentioned in his presentation that human capital is the backbone of innovation. So this collaboration and innovation should be supported by human capital management and digitalization system. The human capital strengthening, starting with forming organization, structure and policies, presenting professionalism, human capital, and be a reference for pharma industry. Collaboration needs to be conducted among the related stakeholders in national and international scope. Biopharma develop vaccines, collaborate with numerous partners such as research institutes, universities, global manufacturers, and other related stakeholders. For example, our partner in Japan and other Asian countries, European countries, including France and United States. With this scheme of open innovation, joint research and joint development, some new vaccines are in the biopharma pipeline. The company develops vaccines in-house pipeline or collaborates with the vaccine developer. One of the critical innovation is in the production formula and process. The innovative products should have an equivalent or better quality, safety, and efficacy. Not only quality will be impacted. Since innovations include the optimization and production process efficiency, it will be impacted to environment aspects and energy saving as well. One example of Indonesia innovation is Pentabio, the vaccine which contains 5 antigens in one shot and protect against diphtheria, tetanus, pertussis, hepatitis B, and HIV are very beneficial for children. The trend of future medicine will be dominated by biologicals, consist of vaccines to improve immunity to a particular disease. So many lessons learned we got during conducted and supporting the national immunization program. In the country with a geographically uniqueness such as Indonesia with 1,000 islands, sometimes we found product distribution and availability of the supporting devices such as injection device as a big challenges in some areas. This pre-filled injection device, namely UDJ, is simple and more practice for distribution the vaccines to many islands and rural area in developing countries. The COVID-19 has accelerated the global pharma industry towards digitalization, new technologies, and supply chain shifts. The digital system involving planning, procurement, production and distribution, and customer needs are integrated in digital ecosystem. The adoption in technology in business operation and commercial process have increased to improve efficiency and drive costs down. New technologies platform innovation, particularly through rapid development and diversification on supply chains to drive self-sufficiency, accelerated shift towards use of data analytics and manufacturing changing operating models. This track and trace system is implemented in biopharma. Synergizing among industry across institutions such as regulatory agency and diplomacy will create advantage and global trust to the country. Biopharma actively involved in global forum and international engagement. There are some international forums which biopharma is involved, OIC Vaccine Manufacturer Group, International Vaccine Institute as member, Developing Countries Vaccine Manufacturer Network as executive committee, and as board of member DCVM representative in Gavi Alliance. In the OIC region, Indonesia is known as a hub for vaccine innovation. The spirit of OIC Center of Excellence is to strengthen the collaboration among OIC member states in terms of R&D collaboration and technology transfer, to other brothers and sisters in OIC region. And among the members of ICVMG, which Bio Farma is elected as vice chairman of this organization, during the Islamic Conference of Ministry of Health of OIC member states in 2017 in Jeddah, Indonesia is elected as a center of excellence on vaccines and biotech products in OIC region, and these COA are launched in 2018 in Jakarta. One of the program of OIC VMG is a capacity building, sharing knowledge, know-how, and experience. So the target is no one left behind. Every member states need to achieve the self-reliance in vaccine and medicine production and availability, especially to handle the global pandemic like COVID-19. We need to collaborate, not to compete. One of the program of ICVMG is a capacity building, sharing knowledge, know-how, and experience, and explore the potential resources from the member states, such as herbal medicine. There are several inventions, but it takes too long if I mention here one by one. So the global challenges in industrial development encourage industrial sector to become a driving force of sustainable development, which include safeguarding the environment, creating shared prosperity, as well as advancing economic competitiveness. Industries, including pharma, need to maintain and increase innovations toward sustainable consumption and production. For example, the innovation on energy saving, water conservation, innovation on recovery condensate steam system, reducing greenhouse gases, domestic solid waste utilization, and hazardous waste utilization and elimination. In biotech manufacturer, we could find several innovations and inventions have been discovered, such as the substitution of in vitro toxicity tests in vaccine production, the system in clean room decontamination process, pressure power pump system in reuse condensate steam, and waste reduction. Another example such as integrated wastewater management system with water reuse, and recycle systems. With their competencies in life science, companies should share their knowledge for society to create a shared value. We call this program Sustainable Local Communities and Social Innovation. The creating shared value, which have been created based on company competencies, have a significant impact to social economy of the area. For example, in 2010 to 2015, there are programs for fish breeding, turtle conservation, and tourism health facility. In 2014 until 2019, create a domba Garut breeding program, of course in Garut, and achievement of UNESCO recognition for Global Biopark Ciletuh Pelabuhan Ratu. The mangrove conservation was conducted in Indramayu and Pangandaran in 2014 until 2017. Starting 2018 until 2022 and still ongoing is the program for empowering disabilities community at Bandung City and a program of sustainable village development at Cisarua, West Bandung. Empowering disabilities community at Bandung City influence economic marginal, educational marginal, and social marginal with working experience and impact to a sustainable income for communities. I think this is my last slide. The industry should create a shared value to communities. Since life science is one of biopharma competencies, innovation towards sustainability, consumption and production, such as energy saving and natural resources, the efficiency programs are shared and trained to the communities. The company commit to implement green industry environment, social responsibility, and integrated management system to be operated. Thus, the value create the sustainable business. Prioritizing community development program impact to a better significant friendly environment, social economy, and well-being. I stop my presentation here. And we're looking forward to have further discussion in this session. We need to work together, get healthy and prosperity, no one left behind. I thank you for your kind attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and thank you very much. And let's give a round of applause for Dr. Mas Rahman Rustan, SSI MBA. I think we have to thank you for bringing some good news, and which I am not sure whether we would know it or not if you did not mention all the good news that I think it would make the nation proud of it. As we can see, as we listen to your presentations, that we are actually supporting the emerging countries for the vaccination program in the international level. That would be great for us to hear. And then now, finally comes to the last presenter, but not least, Professor Insinyur Dr. Gunawan Budianto, MP IPM. He is the rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta since 2016. He graduated from Universitas Gadjah Mada in 1985 in the agriculture faculty, and then he obtained his master's degree in the same university, Universitas Gadjah Mada, in 1997, and then finally he obtained the doctoral degree in Universitas Padjadjaran Bandung in 2010. Now, without further ado, let's welcome Professor Dr. Insinyur Gunawan Budianto, MP IPM.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I express my gratitude for the a big opportunity to share my idea based on the big question, maybe. Do the pandemic COVID has always a negative impact for the human? Yeah, that's a big question. But sometimes for the environmentalist perspective, they say that the pandemic COVID-19 will reduce the carbon gases concentration in the atmosphere. So that's why they say that pandemic COVID is one process of how to reboot the world. And of course, thank you very much for the attendance, for all the keynote speaker, distinguished presenter, and also participant to this 6th International Conference on Sustainable Innovation. My thought and title is the impact of pandemic COVID-19 to the agro-ecosystem. As we know that since the SARS-CoV-2 infection, or known as coronavirus 19, spread and infected many people in Wuhan, China, at the end of 2019, the spread of COVID-19 has rapidly spread in the many countries. So we know that the world is entering a new order, a new condition, namely the COVID-19 pandemic. One of the efforts to reduce the transmission of virus 19 is implement the lockdown system. How we can to make social distances, and then to reduce the meeting and the interaction between people to people, and people to people in one country on maybe in between country. And even lockdown several major cities in the world, and ultimately has an impact on decreasing travel and also transportation on Earth. So we can see that there is no travel until the authority declare that the situation is going to be under control. The implementation of health protocol has at least two major impacts. One is disruption of food supply due to decreased transportation activities, and this condition can disrupt food supply pattern in many countries and between countries. And two, a decrease in the frequency of transportation of people and food causes a decrease in exhaust gas emission. The reduction of carbon gas in the atmosphere can have a positive impact. This is the thought from the environmentalists. Yeah? Pandemic COVID-19 have a positive impact on the improvement of agro-ecosystem. Next. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know that food is a basic human need. The process of global warming causes climate change, which is characterized by change in the hydrological cycle also, and an increase in temperature on the Earth's surface. The climate has become more difficult to predict. And as a result, we know that many areas of the Earth's surface are experiencing crop failure. And ultimately, climate change can change the map of world food production. On the other hand, if the COVID-19 pandemic exceeds one growing season or more than 6 months, disruption due to transportation restriction can lead to food crisis. Yeah, this is a big problem, and we had feel how the food distribution is more important than weapon. Next. In this figure, we can see that the carbon cycle in the nature. Yeah? The quality of agro-ecosystem based on the balancing between carbon concentration in the soil and carbon concentration in the atmosphere. So we can see that always the process of growth of plant, we can call photosynthesis, can reduce the concentration of carbon dioxide in atmosphere through the reaction between carbon dioxide plus water or H2O to be carbohydrate. Carbohydrate is a basic organic compound that need to every organism in the world. Increasing the concentration of carbon in the atmosphere causes an increase in the capacity of greenhouse gases that can cause climate change and disrupt the process of photosynthesis or the basic process of food production on the Earth's surface. Meanwhile, increasing carbon deposit in the soil can increase land productivity and support the process of growing food crop. Next. And in this scheme, we can see that the greenhouse gas emission is mean the big layer of CO2, carbon dioxide chain in the atmosphere that cause the increase of the temperature because the long wave of solar energy cannot be released to the atmosphere. That's why this is the basic process, how the world is become to be harmer and harmer. The greenhouse gas emission caused climate change will affect the composition of gases in the atmosphere, especially carbon dioxide and methane gas, or CH4, and cause land resources degradation due to the increased erosion and desertification process. Every day we have information about the erosion process because of the increasing the rainfall intensity. That makes the erosion. Yeah. It means that the degradation process, soil layer to layer, and then the soil will be moved to the low position and become to be an unproductive land. So we can see that an increase in the Earth's surface temperature also causes global ice melt and an increase in the sea level, as well as an increase in the intensity of rain causing flooding. Flooding in some parts of the Earth's surface. Changes in the ecosystem affect the production of plant biomass and can eventually disrupt the stability of the agricultural production. We have a good lesson from the conflict of Russia and Ukraine. When Russia stopped with support to the Europe area, we can see that the political change every day. Next, okay, sorry, backwater. In this picture, we can see that in the China, coal consumption in China is down due to coronavirus because of lockdown and social interaction restriction. We can see that before and after China New Year, there is no significantly traveling. There is no significantly part in many parts of the mainland. And then it means that the travel is going to down position. And we can see that the use of the fossil energy is become too low. And then the release of carbon dioxide will be decreased. That's way, from the environmentalists or environment scientists say that, oh, this is the good process. How to reboot the world. How to make the world back to the natural, pure natural resources. Maybe we think that, oh yeah, this is a crazy thing to face the pandemic COVID-19. But yes, I find some good reason why the environmentalists or environment scientists say like that. Yeah, this is a good time for the world to reboot their condition and fresh their condition to face the future life. Next, the COVID-19 pandemic and social traveling has come on decline. We see that SARS-CoV-2 caused the physical symptom like cold, fever, and then pneumonia, and also shortness of breath. We have a bad history and data how many people have passed away because of the pneumonia and the difficult to breathe. So that we implement the mitigation method, like wear masks, and then hand wash, and use every day hand sanitizer. Also, we use the disinfectant to clean up our room, to clean up our campus, and something like that. Restrictly social interaction or distancing. And then we have no travel for almost 1.5 years. Next. Okay, so this is the environment scientists think that global COVID-19 pandemic, yeah, people, many countries, the government implement the health protocol. The first important about the protocol is social distancing and human mobility reducing. So we have no fossil fuel anymore at the time. So that we have a decreasing of land use. People cannot go to the land to manage their field, to manage their plant, and also people cannot use their transportation freely. So that decreasing of land use and fossil energy used from agricultural sector, industry sector, and also transportation sector. This is why the environmentalists said that, oh, this is the time we have the carbon emission decreasing. And our air is going to be fresh and more fresh. Greenhouse effect can be reduced. And also the climate change decreasing. The climate change can be under control, and we have quality improvement of ecosystem so that we will have agro ecosystem restoration. Next. I would like to make two conclusions. First is the COVID-19 global pandemic has changed the face of the world rapidly. Throughout the Earth's surface, there has been a significant decrease in the production and also distribution of goods, human contact and transportation between countries at the level of energy use, and environmental pollution caused by a reduction in the number of pollutants and carbon emission. During COVID-19 pandemic, human pressure on the planet is reduced and can return the natural cycle in a better direction. Reduce of carbon dioxide emission can significantly improve the quality of nature through the improvement of ecosystem, so that in the connection of this with the interaction between agriculture and ecosystem, the condition of the agro ecosystem would be restored. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And give a round of applause for Professor Dr. Insinyur Gunawan Budianto for well-explained and comprehensive explanations. And I think it was a very mind-blowing, where we always hear about bad news of the pandemic. And then now suddenly we are finding that there is a positive side of the pandemic. There is a good news of the pandemic. It's a break for the earth to breathe even more. And then now, we finally come to the final session, which is the question and answer sessions. Before we go on, I would like to inform you that our session today is streamed lively on our YouTube channel of Yogya, UMOGYA, Yogya. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, now we would like to open the question and answer sessions. We have around 30 minutes from now on, and so either you could raise your hand, or you can also put your questions on the Q&A box, not on the chat room, but in the Q&A box. Go ahead, and operator, please help me out if you find anyone who raised their hands. Okay, we have questions on a Q&A, but I would like to wait if there is anybody who would like to ask verbally. Is there any? Operator? Okay. Okay, we can wait. And then now we can go on the questions that is already submitted in Q&A chat box. The first question is addressed to Professor Pham. The question is how education institution can contribute for the human life in a destructive era like now. And then the second question is addressed to Pak Rustan. The question is how the big company like Biopharma can help to improve human health awareness with advanced technologies. Okay, for now we can just give the time for number one, Professor Pham to respond the questions, and then later continued by Dr. Mas Rahman. Time is yours, Professor.
No, thank you. Thank you. I would say that higher education and higher education institutions are key actors to be acting for a better future and in the destructive situation we are in. Knowledge among people, and that includes education for young children all the way up, is basic for them being able to contribute and to being active in changing the environment, to change their own lives, to change the local environment where they are living. And the need for higher education institutions is that they are seen by the governments, by the policymakers, as being the key actors for the future. I mean, we have seen during the pandemic that there are millions, billions of children who are not even back to school. That will mean that we will have generations without the basic knowledge to even enter higher education, and also the basic knowledge to be active in promoting a better future and to be part of a future for their next generations to come. So higher education are key actors, and it is a responsibility for the higher education institutions to be active in this process and to promote education for all, and also make education available for all. I mean, we do have the technology tools which open up, but then we also have to see that the infrastructure for the students where they are living to be able to be on online courses and so on is developed. And that is a part of the, not only the governments, but also the industries to see that we are developing the infrastructure. So yes, higher education, I would say, is key actors.
Thank you, Professor Pham. And now I would like to continue to Dr. Mas Rahman to respond to questions.
Mr. Moderator, thank you for the question. Big Pharma, not only a multinational company or state-owned enterprise, cannot do alone. They cannot do by themselves only to do the research and development, and then scale up and mass production. We need to find partners for this, because the new technology is very complex, and it has of course a lot of advantages, such as it could be short the time for vaccine discovery or new molecules for the medicines. But the point is how to speed up the process to get the vaccine candidate or the candidate of the molecules for the medicines. The pharma has the responsibility to scale up and mass production, but the research itself and the development, we need to find partners such as a university and a potential researcher in other institutes. Let's say the mRNA technology or the another platform such as adenovirus or viral vector for the COVID-19 vaccines, we learned that this new platform could speed up the process and can find the candidate of the vaccine shorter if we compare with the traditional or the basic platform of technology. Indonesia has acquired the other technologies such as inactivated and attenuated or recombinant vaccines. But we need to find the partners not only in the country, in the national scope, but also with the international scope. So we invite all the potential researchers here, including Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Pak Rektor, to work together for this new platform of technology. We cannot depend on other countries. We need to get our self-reliance because when pandemic comes, we have a limitation to get the resources. So we need to speed up the collaboration and get the self-reliance in vaccine or medicines production and availability. Thank you all for
Thank you, Pak. And before we go on to the second term of the question, I actually have my own question to Pak Rektor. If we see that the pandemic is a good break for the Earth, I mean, like, what shall we do? I mean, shall we, if we don't do anything from the lesson learned we have, are we going to just let it go back to the normal times? And yeah, so that's, and then Pak Rektor can also answer the next questions. Can our agro ecosystem recover from COVID-19 pandemic in near years? And what is our roles there? And then also the question addressed to Pak Rektor. So what do you say? Do you think COVID brings more good or harm for the environment? And what do you think should we do to revitalize the environment since we are no longer in outbreak state? So 3 questions, Pak Rektor. Please, the time is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. We can see that the big question is, can our agro-ecosystem recover from COVID-19? Okay. The most important to think is there any relation? Is there any connection between pandemic COVID-19 to the agro-ecosystem, maybe and all the cycle in it? This is I think the bad imagine that you said that agricultural activity is always a green activities. That's false. Yeah. We think that the agriculture activities is always make the disturbance to the land, to the natural cycle that can give us the best quality of the environmental condition. So, and what is our rules there? And also I will try to answer together with the question. So what do you say? What do I say? So what do I say? Or maybe, do I think that COVID brings more good and harm for the environment? It's more important in how to we mix the balancing between carbon concentration deposit in the soil and carbon concentration in the atmosphere. That's the most important to do. Yeah, we can treat the land, we can treat everything on the Earth surface,
but it's only suitable for the half of the suitable condition to use. We always know that the adaptation process to be a worse or maybe to be a better condition is always need a long time. So that's why we need a good policy to treat our nature. We need the good policy to treat our land and maybe every cycle processes, life cycle, nitrogen cycle, air cycle, water cycle on the earth. We need the good policy, to treat our planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your answers, Professor Dr. Insinyur Gunawan Budianto. And now we can go on to the third terms if we still have more questions for the participants. Do we have more questions from the participants? Either you could, okay. So, okay, it's clear now. So we don't have more questions. I think it's just about the time to close the session today. And once again, I would like to thank the presenters, the keynote speakers from many places, one in Jakarta, one in France, and of course here on the stage, Pak Rector with us. And before we close the session, we would like to have a photo session for all the presenters for the first step. Okay? Okay. All right, let's count it. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I think you guys can also hear the sounds. It means that the photo session is done. But now we have another photo sessions. We would like to invite all the participants to be in the frame. Great. We would like to invite participants to open your camera so you can be in the frame with us in this photo session. We would like to wait. Okay, I think some of you are still entering or turning the camera on. I think we have everyone. Okay, if we are ready, let's count 1, 2, 3. There you go. And then the next page, 1, 2, 3. Great, I can hear the sound as well. Now the next page, do we have more pages? Okay, we do have more pages. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. And then do we have more pages? Okay, we have more pages. Please be patient, please bear with us. 1, 2, 3. There you go. And then more pages. It's done. Okay. Oh, there is more page. There is more. Okay. Again, 1, 2, 3. Thank you. And then do we have more? Oh, we do have more. Please bear with us. 1, 2, 3. Okay. How many more pages? Oh, it's done. Okay, finally, we reached to the end of the page. Okay, thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause for all the key presenters today. Again, thank you very much for everyone, for the participant. I think it was a fruitful discussions, even though it was short, but it was a very productive, and it becomes our reflection to think about more on our contributive world and our international globalizations. Thank you, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Idam Badruzaman, for being our moderator in an incredible and fruitful discussion. And we also would like to thank to all amazing keynote speakers for the presentations. Also, thank you for the participants for being very, very nice participants in asking questions and also discussion.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are now come to the end of the opening ceremony of the 6th ICoSI 2022. We would like to say our biggest gratitude to all of you who has been participate and join us today. On behalf of the hosts and the committee, we would like to extend once again our deepest appreciation for your support and participation.
Before we close this agenda, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to remind the participant that tomorrow we still have another agenda, which are parallel session that will be started at 8 a.m. and the closing ceremony will begin at 3:45 p.m. Indonesia time. Let's close our meeting today by reciting Hamdalah together. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. All praises to Allah.
We wish you enjoyed the event and we hope to see you tomorrow. And once again, thank you. Good afternoon. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdika asyhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilaihi. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.